Hello, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So we shall start the keynote talks then. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 12th International Conference on Advanced Computer Science and Information Systems, ICACSIS 2020. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fatia Sunarso, and I will be your MC for today's keynote sessions. ICACSIS is an annual international conference that aims to bring together researchers, experts, and practitioners to report the latest developments and innovations in the field of computer science and information systems. Unfortunately, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this year's event is held fully virtual. Nevertheless, we are hopeful that ICACSIS 2020 will still be an enriching experience for all participants. As we all know, today is the second day of the conference, and we will feature keynote talks from our keynote speakers. So, without further ado, let's start with the first session. In this first session, we have Professor Yves Lepage from Waseda University as the keynote speaker, and Dr. Adila Krisnadi will be acting as the moderator. Should the audience have any questions for the keynote speakers, you can write it down in the Q&A box below, and the moderator shall read it at the Q&A session. Thank you. Then the session will be handled by the moderator to Dr. Adila Krisnadi. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatia, for the introduction. I hope everyone hears my voice very clearly. All right, so Professor Yves Lepage will be our first keynote speaker for ICACSIS today. Let me just read out the Professor Lepage's biography. So as you see here, he is currently the professor at the Graduate School of Information, Production and Systems at Waseda University in Japan. He received his PhD from Grenoble University in France, and habilitation thesis and his habilitation was defended there in 2003. He has worked for ATR Labs in Japan as a researcher until 2006. He was then a professor at University of Caen, France, and then joined Waseda University as a full professor in April 2010. His research focuses on the topics of example-based machine translation and natural language processing, in particular, formalizing some example-based techniques like analogy and apply them to NLP applications. This includes automatic production of dictionaries, alignments, paraphrasing, and machine translation. So he is a member of Japanese NLP Association, the French NLP Association, and the Information Processing Society of Japan. And he is also a member of reviewing committee of the Treatment Automatic des Languages journal, TAL journal, and was an editor-in-chief there until 2016. So we are very happy to have Professor Lepage here. He is a freaking, he visited us already for several times at ICACSIS already, like last year in Bali. I met him and we had a nice chat on a lunch table. But now we're doing this online, and we are very happy that Professor Lepage will share his insights and experience and I guess his research to us. He will be talking about, as given here, the title is an old but lively notion in AI and NLP, analogy. Professor Lepage, the time is yours.
Thank you. May I share my screen? Thank you. Yes, it works. Does it work? Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Dr. Adila Krisnadi, for the introduction. And thank you to the organizers of the ICACSIS conference for inviting me to deliver this talk. I would like to dedicate this keynote speech to the memory of Dr. Mirna Adriani, whom I used to meet regularly when I used to visit Universitas Indonesia regularly. Okay, so I would like to very briefly comment on my research life. My research life is about machine translation, and it's pretty old. It started 40 years ago almost. So when the time was to do rule-based machine translation, I did rule-based machine translation with rules and variables. And then I turned to example-based machine translation when I arrived in Japan. And so I used examples, patterns. And when the time was for statistical machine translation, I studied alignment between sentences. And nowadays I'm doing neural machine translation. But at some point in time, what I observed was that rules with variables, examples, patterns, and alignment, all these things can in fact be unified using the concept of analogy. So what is an analogy? Analogies usually come in puzzles. Here is a puzzle. What is, no, I should read it in the other direction. I give you a chair, it is to an armchair, as a stool is to what? Give me this what. And so this has a name in English, it's called a curl seat. So I can say that a chair is to an armchair as a stool is to a curl seat. And I note that down with curious columns, as you see at the top of this slide. A curl seat is just a stool with arms, and chairs and armchairs are, seats with backs. So here I can put all these 4 pictures in a square, and what I have is a situation where I have 2 features, and the objects may or not possess the feature. So to represent that, we are pretty much used to use vector representations. I put a 0 when the feature is not there, and I put a 1 when it is here. And so now I can check the analogy by just saying that there is an analogy when the first vector minus the second vector is equal to the third vector minus the fourth vector, right? And if I do that, okay, I check everything. I find that -1 equals -1, 0 equals 0. So I'm happy. I say, yes, yes, there is an analogy. So I put columns everywhere. Good. So what we have seen is places where between numbers we see analogies. And the column in these analogies is minus. This is subtraction. The column is equality. But in fact, analogy was born with division. So the notion of analogy was in fact first applied for division, and colon again was equality. When you use minus, you say that you are doing arithmetic analogy. When you use division, you say that you are doing geometric analogy. So let's go in the past and at the beginning of mathematics, or what we consider as the first modern mathematician somehow, because he used the notion of axioms, theorems, and so on. This is Euclid. Euclid wrote Elements in mathematics, and the 5th element is completely dedicated to the notion of continuous sequences of ratios. So here's an example: x1, x2, and then x2, x3. Notice that x2 is repeated, but the ratio 2 is repeated, etc. So these are continuous sequences because I repeat x2, x3, etc. But I repeat the ratio, more importantly. And in ancient Greek, to say I repeat again is, or what I repeat again, is called analogon. This notion was, of course, immediately extended to discontinuous sequences where I don't repeat x2, okay? It's x3 here, x1 is to x2 as x3 is to x4. And so this is what we call discontinuous sequences, okay? So these got the name of analogy right after Euclid, okay? Analogia in ancient Greek. And what is interesting is that this notion has been immediately applied to other fields or domains. And in particular, in the writings of Plato, who is a Greek philosopher, You see something like medicine is to cooking as justice is to rhetoric. Why? Because to drink a medicine is not very tasty. Medicine are not very tasty. Cooking is tasty usually. And justice is, well, difficult to listen to, whereas rhetoric is the art of having people pleased by what you say. So we see an extension to words from numbers. Why did I speak about continuous analogies? Because there is a deep relationship between analogy and means. So what is the geometric mean? The geometrical mean. This is repeating B, okay, in an analogy. If I write A is to B as B is to C, I deduce the fact that B is square root of AC. And if I do that for arithmetic analogy, I get the arithmetic mean. B is equal to half A plus C, okay? So this was known in the antiquity, but another thing which is important that people in the antiquity noticed was that it's always possible to exchange the two terms in the middle of an analogy. And we call that the means. So if I say that 4 is to 6 as 8 is to 12, I can also say that 4 is to 8 as 6 is to 12. So the means are the two terms in the middle of an analogy, and we just observed that it's always possible to exchange them. It's also true for the two terms which are at the extreme sides of an analogy. It's always possible to exchange them. If we play with these notions, okay, of exchanging things, how things can be transformed, we end up with 4 equivalent forms for an analogy. They are listed here, and I give them names in the middle of this table. Interestingly, there is the inverse of reading. So I read the analogy in the other direction, and it's the same as giving the analogy in the primary direction. I have the exchange of the means, the exchange of the extremes, of course, and I have, interestingly, the inverse of ratios. So this is inversing the ratio. From AB, I get BA, okay? So how to explain that? We can explain that in mathematics by looking at well-known algebraic structures. And if I denote again an analogy with a square, remember my example with seats, I can write something like that where I consider that squares are in fact applying situations of the 8 equivalent forms of an analogy, are in fact applying a transformation on the identity. And if I apply in a row transformations, for example, ACBD to BADC, then I get something here, which is ABCD again, okay? So in fact, this is looking at the composition of transformations. And we know something in mathematics, which I give the tables, the composition table here. It's called the group of the transformations of the corners of a square. So what we observe in an analogy is in fact known in modern algebra as the transformations of the corners of a square. And these constitute a group. It's interesting. And you see that we are starting to study analogy from a very much algebraic point of view. So what we know from the transformations of the corners of the square is that we need only 3 elements, of course, the identity plus 2 other elements to get back all the 8 elements. And for analogy, this gives you a situation where you can take any 2 transformations which correspond to one of the edges here in this picture to get back the 8 equivalent forms. So this leads us to lay axioms that would define intrinsically what analogies are. And if I say that I've got a relationship between 4 objects where starting from ABCD, I can always say that CDAB and ACBD holds, then I know that I can get back all the 8 equivalent forms. So this is an intrinsic characterization of analogies by what we will call axioms. The first one says that I can take AB and put it on the right and CD and put it on the left. So this is symmetry of colon, colon, which we call conformity. And this one is exchange of the means, which, okay, I already mentioned was already known in the antiquity. There is something else that we may want to add. This is the notion of reflexivity of conformity. If I have a ratio A to B, well, it should be normally conform to A to B. So by definition, A to B should always be as A is to B. Okay, so this is reflexivity of conformity. So we have reflexivity, symmetry of conformity, and maybe you remember for mathematics that if you add another property, that of transitivity, you will get an equivalence relation. But this is not what we have right now with analogy. Okay, so can we map these axioms on well-known algebraic structures? In algebra, we know some primitive structures by the name of magma up to groups, and they are obtained by equipping a set with an internal operation. And when we don't have anything else, then it's just a magma. But if we add some properties like associativity, or the fact that there is a zero element, or that there is an inverse element for all elements, so we get richer and richer structures. As a notice, the commutativity, the fact that A star B is equal to B star A, in any case, is not a property that is used to characterize the richness of these structures. So you know some of these structures for well-known sets, the sets of numbers, and everything works very well with, for example, real numbers and addition, or real numbers without zero with multiplication. You have everything, it's a group and it's commutative. However, it doesn't work so well with the natural numbers. Okay, you stop in the middle of enriching these structures, but still it's commutative. There are other places which are interesting, other sets which are interesting to consider. So for example, the set of Boolean values. Okay, so we are doing computer science. We trust truth values. We should be able to find analogies between truth values. So we should study what happens on the structure of the set of truth values equipped with some internal operations like conjunction, conjunction, disjunction, or for example, equivalence. The set of all subsets of a set is interesting to study too. So equipped with intersection, union, or something corresponding to equivalence in truth values. And I listed here last structure, which is the structure of the strings that you may create from the given of an alphabet by concatenating characters. So the concatenation is noted by this dot. And what you observe here is that this structure is pretty poor. We stop at the level of monoid. We don't have inverse for strings. And A concatenated with B is not B concatenated with A. There is no commutativity. So if you study how you can apply the axioms of analogy onto the structures, and for example, on magma, you get interesting results like the fact that you can define immediately an analogy by positing, for example, this formula. And this implies, this very interesting, that thanks to the first axiom of reflexivity of conformity, that this imposes that star is commutativity. And everything works well. You have the exchange of the means and the 8 equivalent forms of an analogy. If you posit the second definition, so it doesn't work so well. However, if you say in addition, well, I've got star is commutativity, so then you end up in the first situation, and so everything works well. So we are able to see in a natural way how we can apply the axioms of analogy onto the structure of magmas. The problem with magmas is that we don't know how to solve analogies. Nothing allows us to put A on the other side here of this equation, and we are stopped, okay? If we examine a richer structure, the structure of a group, so then we are in a situation where we can define directly what colon and colon is. Remember that when colon was minus or was multiplication, when star was minus or multiplication, colon was, when star was addition or multiplication, colon was subtraction or division, okay? So I can define an analogy by saying that it's just checking A star inverse of B equals C star inverse of D. And I've got the inverse element of any element because I'm in a group. Okay, and in this case, everything works well. We have everything, the exchange of the means naturally, and the 8 equivalent forms for an analogy. And what is extremely interesting in this case is that there is no need of commutativity of the internal operation to define the analogy. Okay, however, in the case where you have commutativity, what is interesting to observe from the algebraic point of view is that the analogy which is induced by the structure of a magma, so remember we need a commutative operation for magma in this case, where this is the same as the analogy which is induced by the structure of a group. So everything fits well, so it's very satisfying from the intellectual point of view. Now in groups, we can solve an analogy. And here I want to draw your attention that if I apply all the properties if I apply some of the properties that I'm just allowed to apply, okay, logically, I can find that, okay, a solution to this analogy is that X is B star, the inverse of A star C. Okay. By exchange of the means, I would get immediately another solution. So in the very general case, when the group is not commutative, there are 2 solutions to an analogy. Please notice that. What I say is extremely important. We discover situations where analogies do not have only 1 solution, but 2 solutions. Okay? In the general case, these 2 solutions are not equal. Yes, of course, when the group is commutative, so the 2 solutions are equal. But we discovered cases which make analogy not as intuitive as it sounds. The intuitive cases are the cases that we are used to, where we consider arithmetic and geometric analogies. These are just special cases for the 2 commutative groups are equipped with addition and R star, I remove 0, with multiplication. Okay. So this allows us to extend or to see naturally that there is arithmetic analogy between vectors. Okay, this was the way I explained the previous analogy between chair, armchair, stool, and curule seat. This interpretation is the interpretation that made word embeddings extremely famous in the domain of NLP and outside of NLP. So I have vector representations of each word in a language. So here, for example, 4 words, male, king, female, and queen. And what I say is that male is to king as female is to queen. And it should be checked by the fact that, as I said before, the first vector minus the second vector equals third vector minus the fourth vector. Or if I see that as a puzzle, I would like to verify that the vector for queen is the vector for king minus the vector for male plus the vector for female. In fact, when you try that on actual data and actual word embeddings trained from actual corpora, this does not work. The reason is that the vector you obtain by computing B minus A plus C does not point at any word. So what is proposed to do is to look for the closest word to this vector. And to define that, okay, we use standard mathematical way. We compute the vector which is closest by cosine similarity to B minus A plus C. And we say, oh, that should be the solution. Okay, this doesn't work either. And it's interesting to see that if you really implement things, okay, in the way I say, and you make the computation, what you will obtain on usual vectors obtained from training on actual corpora is that the solution of male, female, king will be king, for example. Standard libraries that people are used to use, they cheat. They simply make a list of closest words and they remove the words of the analogical puzzle from the list of closest words so that you get something else. And hopefully you get queen. So people tried several functions or proposed several functions to determine what D should be. And of course, as a natural tendency, you would like to test these on actual test sets of analogy. And so people started to create analogical sets. It's interesting to say that there already existed analogical tests, especially in the questions which you found in the old versions of the entrance exams to American universities. This was called the SAT analogy test set. So you would have puzzles like what is to the carpenter as a brick is to a mason, and you would have to choose between hammer, wood, plank, and floor. And I guess that the solution here is plank, okay? How to answer this question is a question in artificial intelligence. And it's been addressed by a Canadian researcher by the name of Peter Turney. And he proposed an engine to solve the problem. And this engine got better results than average performance of human beings. This is pretty remarkable. This engine is inspired, in fact, by work by the American psychologist Kentner and the structure mapping engine she proposed in order to explain sentences like an atom is like a solar system, a sentence that you should have encountered when you learned physics, I suppose, or a battery is like a water reservoir. Okay, so there existed this test, but it was pretty small. And so people created larger sets. So for example, Google, the Google analogy test set was released. And because this test again was judged a little bit too small, the bigger analogy test set, BATS, was released. So these are examples of puzzles. I give just ratios that you find in these analogy test sets. And you see that there are grammatical puzzles, but there are also world knowledge puzzles like countries and capitals. Okay, so Athens is the capital of Greece. And people did experiments, okay. And what they concluded was these test sets are not satisfying. They are biased towards analogies like world knowledge, analogies, country, capital, for example. Of course, because we used to train word vector models from encyclopedias like Wikipedia. So it's natural to be able to answer to these questions, okay? Well, nevertheless, okay, people we want more analogy test sets. So these analogy test sets were, for example, translated in some different languages. So I raised the important question of how to automatically or semi-automatically produce larger sets of analogies. And in theory, if I'm given a set of vectors, I would like to extract absolutely all the possible analogies that I can find in this space. If we naively address the problem and we want to enumerate all the possible quadruples we find, okay, it will take a very long time. So this is not to be considered as a solution. We have to be smarter. So in practice, we want to automatically produce large sets of analogies. So there is a practical answer to this problem, which is, okay, I can enlarge already existing sets of word analogies. So we did that with a student and we published that in an artificial intelligence conference. So if you start with a series of ratios, here this is animals and youngsters of animals. So deer is to a fawn as cattle is to calf, etc. What you can do is to look at the word embedding model to expand the seed, these words, sets of words by using, for example, SVM techniques and training with positive and negative examples so that you expand the set and then you find what the corresponding word should be, again, by using, let's say, SVM techniques, okay? So we did that, and we were able to enlarge sets of word analogies. This worked pretty well, and again on word knowledge analogies like country and language. And we asked people whether they are satisfied with the answer or not. So what you see in white is places where it was found that it's okay. And what has been grayed out or blackened is places where, no, you can't say that this belongs to this series of ratios. So it works pretty well for country language. It's not that great for hypernyms. That's an understatement. It works pretty bad. But it works pretty well for regular grammatical questions like a verb and the past tense, the regular past tense in ed, or an adjective and the regular adverb in ly, which corresponds to this adjective. So, okay, so we have this question: how do I automatically extract all analogies from a given set of, for example, vectors? Okay, let's make a detour and let's go back to the study of these algebraic structures or mathematical structures. We are mainly interested in testing against some of the structures we enumerated before. So let's look at what happened with truth values. So truth values and with equivalence is the situation of a commutative group. So everything works very well. We are very happy. We can draw nice truth tables which explain analogies between truth values. Okay, so immediately comes to the mind the idea that truth values could be interpreted as the fact that an element belongs to a set or not. And this is the equivalence between equivalence in logic and this particular internal operation applied to sets, which I denoted by equal and a dot above. And what you end up with is that you have analogies like the following one. So the set AB is to B in the same way as the set C is to AC. So from the mathematical point of view, okay, this is okay, you can say that, but that does not fit the intuitive intuition we have on sets, which is an intuition of container. A set contains elements. So if I want to solve AB is to B as C is to give me what it is, I will say, well, from AB to B, I removed A. So now I've got C. I would like to remove A, but I can't because there is no A in C. So this shows you that in some cases, analogies don't have any solution. We can't find a solution. And this is according to the container interpretation of sets, okay? So to do that, I mean, to say, well, I will find an analogy, I need to examine what the constraints are. And the constraint looks like, because exchange of the mean, well, A should be contained in B union C. And if you think a little bit more about that, you should say, well, and it should be possible to build analogies when I take the complement of the sets in some universe set. So you see that I introduced two postulates here. Okay, so for sets, we shouldn't have the, I mean, if you want the intuitive interpretation of sets, you shouldn't apply the mathematical correspondence between truth values through equivalence, but you should think that sets should be, I mean, analogy between sets should be defined using the internal operations of union and inclusion. And to do that, you go through the necessity of adding postulates. Okay, so the postulate of distribution is the fact that here for sets, A should be included into B union C. And you add a postulate of inversion of object where you say, well, if I take the complement, it should work for analogy. If you do that, you can solve analogies on sets if you meet the constraints, okay? And so this is the picture which represents what the solution of an analogy between sets is, okay? And this corresponds to the table of truth value I show here, where the two lines in the middle show the two situations which do not meet the constraint that you want to have in order to get the intuitive interpretation for sets, Okay, so in this truth table, you eliminate two sentences. What is a set? A set is just a particular case of multiset where the multiplicity is reduced to 1. And multisets are sets where, okay, you can repeat elements, members, a certain number of times, and usually only a certain number of natural integer, number of times. By doing that, what you find is that, okay, this corresponds to a situation where the same truth table can be used, except that you remove only one line, not two lines, because the line where you have 1 + 1 - 0 = 2 is valid for the interpretation on multisets. Okay, so if I summarize everything I've said right now, not everything goes smoothly on all objects to define analogies. Okay, you can mathematically define things, but it doesn't always meet the intuitive intuition you have on objects. So you have to take into account this meaning. And in order to do that, in particular, we added two extra postulates. Okay, so let's see what happens when we want to study what happens for analogy between strings being an object of interest for natural language processing. Of course, because we work with words or texts. Before that, before going into exactly the description of analogy, the mathematical results we can obtain, or the definitions we can think of for analogy on strings, let me say a word about how analogy is situated in the history of linguistics. Linguistics, in fact, was born from what is now called comparative linguistics. This is to compare a series of words in different languages, and we know that these two languages, well, they are close somehow. Well, this is phylogenic relation. From that, we deduce the fact that some languages come from a previous form of one language. Okay, you can observe that even near Indonesia, for example, between Standard Malay and the Kelantan dialect, where the S at the end of a word in Standard Malay corresponds to an H at the end of a word in the Kelantan dialect. Okay, so these things happen. These changes in the shape of the words happens because there are what we call sound changes, phonetical changes. And the sound changes have the consequence that regularity in a language is disturbed. And to counterbalance the influence of sound changes, people create new forms. So here in the middle is an example, the famous example in Latin of the reestablishment of regularity in the declension of nouns in Latin. So analogy has a place, okay, which is that it applies not regularly, but it reestablishes systematicity in language. Okay, so you have, of course, cases where, okay, you don't see regularity. So I can say man is to woman as king is to queen, and this is not regular in form, right? But if I say, sorry for the problem of my slides, this would be man, woman is to policeman as policewoman. So here we see a regularity in the same way as we see regularity between England, English, and Poland, Polish, right? So we are interested in these cases where we see regularity in paradigms, for example, for the conjugation of verbs in English. And so this is studying how analogy works in the set, which is the set of all the strings that we can define from a given alphabet by and equipping this set with the internal operation of concatenation. So what my work was in, well, something like 10 years ago until now, is to try to find axioms which correspond to the intuitive idea we have on analogy. And this led me to introduce 6 axioms which would define intrinsically what an analogy is, and you find the axioms I mentioned earlier: reflexivity of conformity, inversion of conformity, exchange of the means. But in addition to that, you would like to have some other postulates. These axioms are redundant. We know that. So, for example, I mentioned inversion of ratios, and we know it's redundant with inversion of conformity and exchange of the means. Okay, so here is an open problem of how to define what analogy is by using axioms which would really fit the intuition we have on analogy. Okay, so let's speak about the application of that to strings. And what I want to concentrate on is the cases where we see regularity on the level of prefixing, suffixing, or infixing. So the last line is an example in Arabic. Arabic is a Semitic language where you have parallel infixing, on typically triconsonantic radicals. So from the formal point of view, the set of strings is not a group, it's just a monoid. Concatenation is not commutative, I mentioned that. There is no inverse which is known for strings. We don't know what the ratio of two strings would be. Please observe that in the case of numbers, the ratio of two numbers was a number. But here we don't know whether the ratio of two strings should be a string or not. How do you define that? Okay, there is non-unicity of solutions of analogy if you observe some analogy. So for example, A is to B as AAA is to what? Well, I could answer BAA, ABA, AAB. It seems that the number of solutions of an analogy depends on the given in the analogy itself. And then there is a last problem with transitivity. Personally, in the formalization that I put forward for analogy, I refuse transitivity for conformity because I refuse this analogy which says that B is to B in the same way as BA is to AB. I don't think it should be tolerated, but we could discuss. So as a conclusion of this research on trying to characterize analogy, well, intrinsically, but also applied to strings, there are three definitions which compete together to explain analogies between strings and regular analogies. The first one, of course, you mentioned mine, is a definition which goes by distances. So it's obtained by work in stringology with the notion of LCS distance and things like that. And it tries to stick with the idea that we should have something which looks very similar to arithmetic analogy on vectors. The last line is, in fact, arithmetic analogy on the number of occurrences of characters you find in a string. The second definition relies on an operation which is called shuffle. This is mixing up the two strings, but respecting independently the order in the two different strings, but you mix up things. Okay, so you get a set of strings. And so it says that there is an analogy if the shuffle of the two extremes intersected with the shuffle of the two means is not the empty set. Okay, and the last one is not really a definition, but it's a way of delivering the solution of an analogy between strings. And it's a pretty new interpretation, 2020, as you see. It uses the notion of algorithmic complexity, and it says that if I find the minimal program which transforms A into B, I should be able to apply it to C in order to get D, okay, or the unknown X. So, of course, as usual, okay, we want to test that. So I released from data which was released in morphological competitions, I released a set of more than 40 million analogies on which, so the last paper I mentioned tried the three different explanations. And of course, the paper claims that so the explanation they propose is better than, well, second one being mine and the third one being the other one. Of course, I'm very much disappointed. I'm very irritated by these results, and I will try hard to find a better definition. Okay, but it's very interesting to see how to test, okay, hypotheses on the definition that where there is no well-established, I may say, definition of analogy on strings. Okay, so we still work on that. So there are problems which can be illustrated by examples which look awkward, okay, in different definitions. Okay, so what can we do with that? Well, what we can do with that is to answer the question that I raised earlier. That is, how to extract all possible analogies from a set of vectors, or here strings, that I have. And I proposed an algorithm which works on vectors. It consists in structuring these vectors into a tree structure and then exploring level by level and to group things which are equal together so that you get a series of ratios. If you take two ratios in this series of ratios, you get an analogy. So this is a way of enumerating, in an economical way, all the analogies you have in a set of vectors. So here is an illustration of what analogical clusters, but from analogical clusters, what you can build are kinds of matrices where you glue together analogical clusters, series of ratios, okay? So this is a work done by an Indonesian PhD student from Universitas Indonesia. And here is the illustration he gives. So I have a text here in Indonesian. I extract all the words from this text and I extract things like that. Now you see that there are holes in these tables, and the fact that you may feel or not, according to the rules of the language, the holes in the table is an interesting question from the NLP point of view. Okay, so if you use features which are just formal features, you will get tables like that. And you see, well, it's purely formal. So I get he, he'd, her, hers in the middle of conjugated forms of verbs. But I could give to this program only features, handcrafted features, grammatical features, and I would get a true paradigm table, we call that in linguistics, which shows the conjugation of verbs and even irregular verbs, because okay, we define the vectors by handcrafted features. I could mix up these two representations to, for example, extract regular paradigm tables of conjugations of verbs. And what we tried to do, but it didn't work so well, but I mentioned that in passing, is the fact that you can compress word vectors by codes. And if you use this code, you can get tables as the one on the right. But don't be deluded by this. It doesn't work that well. This is an ideal example. Okay, so I come back to this question, how to automatically or semi-automatically produce larger sets of analogies. And in theory, how to automatically extract all analogies from a given word embedding space. So we have some programs, okay? So how to use these programs? I need to hurry up a little bit, I see. How to use these programs? We use these programs to do data augmentation for statistical machine translation. So we build clusters in the source language, clusters in the target language. We looked at corresponding clusters. Corresponding doesn't mean that the sentences are translations, but the transformation between the left side and the right part are corresponding in the two languages. And so if you input new sentences, what you get is, if you input sentences that you get from yet another corpus, you can generate new sentences. You may filter these sentences out so that you do data augmentation. You increase the data that you are using to train machine translation systems. And so we tried to determine when it worked and when it didn't work. And so on purpose, for example, the last line is an experiment that we knew in advance would deliver no improvement in machine translation. So what we did, in fact, by doing that is that we created artificially variations in sentences. And when we had these variations to translate in new sentences, we were able to handle them. And we made remarks about the method. So for example, the grammatical quality of the sentences which are newly generated is extremely important, but the alignment of the cluster is not that important. Okay, so this is remarks we got from all these experiments. Another application of that is a direct application to machine translation. Example-based machine translation is just an application of case-based reasoning. If you replace here the word problem by a source sentence and the word solution by translation, you get example-based machine translation. And of course, it's been observed in many papers, and we exploited that even recently, that EBMT is a special case of case-based reasoning being a special case of artificial intelligence where you don't have much data. The data set you have is pretty small. This has been applied to grapheme phoneme translation, to transcription across writing systems. I want to show you the example for machine translation. I have a sentence here in French. If I can put the sentence in French with in relation with three other sentences, and this makes an analogy. These three sentences come from a bi-corpus, that is the data I trained the system from, okay? Then I know the translation into English. So what I do is that I solve the analogy in the target language to get a sentence, one or possibly several sentences in English, and I will claim that this is the translation of the input sentence. Okay, so again, example-based machine translation is a case of case-based reasoning. Here is yet another illustration. Here is the case-based. There are plenty of sentences corresponding. I have a new sentence to translate. I find analogies around it. I transfer that to the target language, and I solve the analogy to get a translation. Okay. This is a typical example that we got on a special corpus, which is called the BTEC, which was developed in India, where I used to work previously. And this is an illustration of the method. What is interesting is that you get several possible translations. And because of recursivity and the fact that solving analogies between strings may deliver several solutions, you may get the same solution a certain number of times. This is what is shown here on the left. So this sentence has been obtained 271 times. Okay, a last application I want to mention in 2 minutes is the fact that we would like to shift from crispy representations. I mentioned alignment at the beginning of this keynote speech. This is what the method which is proposed by me to solve analogies between strings relies on. We rely on equality of either characters or words, and this is a crispy view at the problem. Of course, nowadays, with vector representations of words, for example, or subunits, we would like to shift to a softer view and apply that to solve analogies which are more flexible. Okay, so for example, here we see three sentences. I've got in the middle on purpose man, woman, and king and queen. And we developed recently a method to solve what is called semantico-formal analogies between sentences. So this is truly output by the program. For these three sentences, we output I met the queen yesterday. So we produced a certain number of analogies automatically from a given corpus, and we released this set of approximately 6,000 semantico-formal analogies. So you see that I try desperately to answer the question of extracting or producing test sets for analogy. Here, the one in the middle is interesting because it discovers the fact that interesting is too bad as hot is too cold, and this is an opposite contrary relationship. Okay, so it's interesting to do that, but we would like to go further and use directly representations of sentences, vector representation of sentences. And there was a paper presented by one of my PhD students yesterday in this very conference about doing that. And she was able to output solutions of analogy puzzles. And in particular, what is interesting is that her technique may propose better solutions than the solutions which exist in the previous test. Okay, another thing we want to do is to compute the middle of sentences, because the middle, I said that previously in the presentation, the middle is the notion of a mean, and the mean is repeating the element, the term in the middle of an analogy. So I can say, well, the weather is so-so is the mean of the between wonderful, it's a bright day, and oh no, it rains cats and dogs. Okay, and so this is a step forward doing text morphing. In artificial intelligence, in image, you have image morphing, and in natural language processing, we have text morphing. Okay, so I come to the conclusion, and I hope I convinced you that analogy is really a true AI problem, an artificial intelligence problem. Here is a picture I take from one of the first papers about GANs, generative adversarial networks. It says that when I remove what is a man from man with glasses and I add up what makes woman, so then I should get a woman with glasses, right? To convince you even more, during the HCAI 2020 conference this year, there were at least 3 papers which were concerned about analogy. And of course, the third one is the one that beats my programs. I'm very, very angry again. So as a summary, so I have mentioned some old results on analogy. I've given some more research, some more recent results on analogy. There are plenty of theoretical questions open. And I mentioned a very practical question which is open, which is the problem of extracting all analogies from a given set of objects. This is illustrated here. I have plenty of Chinese characters. I would like to structure them in this way. And this is what we did something like 5 years ago with the programs we developed. So thank you for the Japanese Society of the Promotion of Science to support us in several projects. Thanks to the organizer for inviting me, and thank you for listening. I'm sorry I didn't leave much time for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Lepage. I think let's give him a virtual applause. Thank you very much. So we have maybe a short time for questions. There are 3 questions from on the QA box. Let me pick the second one from Pak Faris Darari. So he asks, well, he mentioned, first of all, thank you for the wonderful talk and batik. And then he asks whether discovering analogies like this problem can be supported by knowledge bases or thesauri like WordNet, which basically store relations among words or senses. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. This is a very good question. In fact, I've shown that what we developed was not good at finding hyponyms, which are typical relations that you find in WordNet. Okay, but WordNet can be used to find directly because it's encapsulated. It's shown in WordNet to find these relationships. I want to mention in relation to that, there are people working on the notion of discovering analogies between concepts, okay, between objects, which you find, which are present in document, and in particular, some people are trying to do that, to discover analogies in order to design new objects that could be patented. So they try to extract analogies from existing patents to create new patents. So that's a very good question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, well, I would like to ask follow-up questions, but because this concerns also my research interest. But let me just give the opportunities to others' questions first. So Tosan asks whether the fact that not every analogy has a solution implies that the accuracy of analogy prediction will never be at satisfactory level.
Okay, very good question. So there are two aspects. The first aspect is the formal aspect. And so if you find a good definition of what analogy between, for example, formal strings here is, so normally what the algorithms you should design should reach 100% accuracy. And as you see, all the proposals we have now, they don't achieve 100%. There is another aspect, which is the interpretation, the semantic aspect. So thinking about the meaning of words. And here you may artificially create analogies just because you concentrate on some features in the meaning of words. And this is a yet open field that has not been much explored and which, well, seems pretty difficult. So thank you for the question. Yes.
I guess that gives us more challenges. Actually, we have more questions. Let me pick the one. Right. So I think we have one question from Mirza. I think this could be answered very quickly. Do NLP techniques always need some modifications, like depending on the language, or essentially you have one size fits all techniques?
Yeah. So by working on analogy and in particular on formal analogies, the goal is to reach universal explanations which would apply on any language. Okay. It's good to see that the very recent techniques of vector representations of words are also applicable whatever the language is. Well, up to the fact that what are words, are there subunits of words, etc. But basically, it's universal. So in fact, there is a step forward recently in analogy towards more universality. And this concern about universality has been put forward by the Association for Computational Linguistics as a true concern. Are the methods we developed only good for analogy, or do they apply to other languages? We should care about that. We should think about that. Thank you for this question. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the other one is a comment, and Pak Saptawijaya mentioned that his work, or this talk reminds him about the use of analogical reasoning to moral decision making, which is actually part of his work. So thank you for this. Right. Anyway.
Kiyas in Arabic.
All right. Anyway, so due to the interest of time, unfortunately, we have to end the keynote session. We are very happy to have you here with also the very interesting field. I think not everyone has or was exposed with analogy before, and this is a very great opportunity for this exposure. I thank you, and on behalf of ICACSIS organizer, I also thank you for
thank
sharing.
you very much.
Hopefully, we could, continue in the future for the talk and collaborations. I suppose if people are more interested and they have more questions, I guess you don't mind if they send you an email and maybe ask questions. So, right. With that, I thank you again. Let's give Professor Lepage another round of virtual applause. And I return the time to Fatia.
Thank you, Pak Adila. Thank you, Prof. Lepech, for the very amazing keynote session. So, to commemorate this day, I'd like to invite you all to end this first keynote talk with a photo session. So to all panelists and participants, please turn on your camera and I'll start the countdown for the photo. I'll be waiting now.
Yeah. Dr. Skibe, can you also turn on your camera?
Yeah.
Great. So we also have the speaker for the next session.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be counting down now. 3, 2, 1, and smile. Okay. Once again. 3, 2, 1, and smile. All right. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. So I'll see you guys in the next session.
Okay. So as currently we have heard a keynote speech from the previous speaker, Professor Yves Lepech, and now we are heading to the second keynote talks. So as usual, should you have any questions in this second session, you can write it down in the Q&A box and the moderator shall read it at the Q&A session. In this second session, we have Dr. Henrik Skibe from Riken Center for Brain Science Japan as the keynote speaker, and Dr. Suryana Setiawan from Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia as the moderator. Thank you. The session now will be handled by the moderator. Please, Dr. Suryana, the floor is yours.
The voice is, I don't hear the voice, Pak Suryana.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah, this is good. Okay, this is better.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I forgot to set the. Okay, thank you, Miss Tia, for introducing me. And good afternoon, everybody, friends, some academia, also the community, the IEEE community, and some students from other university as the co-host of this event. Well, we have a very special day. It is indeed, right? So many great presentation, and now here in the next presentation will be given by Dr. Henrik Skive. Okay, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, Dr. Skive. Okay, briefly, I will read some highlights of Dr. Skibe. He is from the University of Freiburg, Germany, okay, and he is involved in some researches in medical physics, University of Medical Center Freiburg, and he was with Integrated System Biology Laboratory at Kyoto University, and then now, until now, he is the unit leader at the Brain Image Analysis Unit, Riken Center of Brain Science, Japan. It's very prestigious center in Japan. Okay, so I just give a reminder that during the presentation, the question can be written through the Q&A box. Okay, please use the Q&A box so we can see all the question at the place. Okay, so without further ado, it's the time for Dr. Skibe to give his presentation. So this time is yours. Okay, please.
Yes, thank you very much for the nice introduction. So let me share my screen. I have to share my entire screen because somehow otherwise it won't work on Linux. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I have several videos and animations in the slides. I reduced them as much as possible. I still kept some of them. So I will announce when I start to show a movie. And if there are any technical issues, then please let me know. Then I will, I will find a solution for that. So, so my name is Henrik. I'm leading the, I think you can still see this one. So I'm leading the brain image analysis unit in Japan, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, only virtually. I hope there will be an opportunity in future to attend the meeting in person. First, I would briefly talk about myself and my background and my unit, and then I will go a bit into the things that we are actually doing there. So my background is actually image processing and pattern analysis and machine learning, but I'm very excited by brain images, not only because it's one of the most important organs in our human body. It's also like very beautiful images. So if you analyze them and actually visualize the real beauty of the brain, yeah, it's really amazing. And I'm really always very excited when I'm working with the images. So now I show a small animation. I just want to have a feedback then afterwards if it went smoothly. So so this image that you see here is a brain of a marmoset, and it's quite small. And you see a bit the bright structures here in the center, which is and here, which are neurons that have been made visible using a fluorescence tracer. And we have developed analysis methods, which when we have the images of the entire brain, to actually extract the axons, all the connectivity from the image, from high resolution images with in quite detail. So what you see, the colors here just encode different directions. And this kind of images really encourage me to go on in this field. So was this animation somehow smooth? Can someone?
I think, yeah, it stay just like that. There's no animation.
So this one was not visible?
Oh yeah, the animation can be seen.
Okay, then I'm fine. Then I will just continue. So in my talk, I will have, the first one, a bit about my unit, about 5 minutes. Then I will talk about the Brain Minds project and what we are doing there. It's like one of the key parts, main part of the project, where we aim at mapping the structure of the marmoset brain. Then a bit of one of my personal favorite things that I'm doing is probabilistic axon tracking. And then also like one project that one of my postdocs has brought into our unit and will also like maybe shape the research in our unit in the near future. I will also slightly talk about that one. So the RIKEN Center for Brain Science is located in one of several RIKEN campus, well, like in Japan, and this one is the campus at the border of Tokyo, close to if you know Tokyo, close to Ikebukuro, this area. It's a quite large campus with several RIKEN centers, and the RIKEN Center for Brain Science is one of the bigger ones there. And we are located in the center building. This is a Google map image. It's maybe not so appealing from this point of view, but actually it's quite beautiful. I enjoy very much. Here you can see during the springtime, we can enjoy the cherry blossoms. Before that, as already mentioned, I was in Germany doing a lot of biomedical image analysis during my PhD time. I was already very excited with 3D image processing, then moved on to the university hospital, where I was working on DTI images, mostly detection and segmentation, before ending up in Japan at Kyoto University, at the beginning as a postdoc and then as a project research, project assistant professor, where I also learned a lot, including Japanese. And yeah, I had a very inspiring time and period there before I finally got a position at RIKEN and now had the chance to do research more freely as a unit leader. I'm very interested in tracking algorithms, particularly a probabilistic tracking algorithm that can be applied to several kind of image data, like you can blood vessels, but also DTI tracking. And yeah, also like tracking axons in microscopic data. And also, of course, now the trend is to artificial neural networks. So I'm also like interested in that part, using it for segmentation and detection. We frequently have these problems in our data, but I'm also still like very interested in very, let's say, basic approaches where we are interested in image restoration and filtering based on more traditional, by solving more like inverse problems in a more traditional way. So I'm also very interested in that. And my first part, so I would like to talk about one of our key contributions in the Brain Minds project, and which I'm very closely collaborating with Fabian, who has joined my unit in March. He's an expert in deep learning, and I'm enjoying the collaboration very much. He's a very clever guy and very productive, and very helpful. And thanks to him, our project is running. Everything is running very smoothly. So the Brain Minds project in Japan it's a very big neuroscience project, and it not only involves the Riken Center for Brain Minds. Many universities are involved with different kind of aspects, all related to brain. And one of the big goals is to have a better understanding of the human brain, in particularly how it processes information, how it's structured, and brain diseases. And in order to do that, many studies focusing on the analysis of the marmoset brain as a model organism, which is quite popular now in neuroscience. So we are only part of a very big family working together on that big goal. Before I go further into my talk, I just want to briefly introduce the concept of anterograde and retrograde tracing. So maybe not all of you are familiar with neurons, but actually since everyone, I think, has an idea about artificial neural networks, which is a very simplified model of real neurons, I think it's not so difficult. So here in the slide, I took a picture. It's not my picture, but it's a very illustrative one. So a neuron usually has a cell body and many inputs. That's are the dendrites. So like it gets information from cells from other cells, and then like if there's if a certain threshold is exceeded, it can give an impulse along these axons to other cells. And in order to analyze the structure of neurons, there's a way it's called neuron tracing, where we put fluorescence protein into specifically selected cells. The fluorescence proteins are, you can if you know the jellyfish, that's responds to fluorescent that emits light when you emit when it's excited with a specific wavelength in the deep ocean, like it's blue and red and green, this kind of thing. These proteins are actually used here. So and anterograde means we have infected in a certain specifically selected area in the brain the cells. And after that, all the cell is actually flooded with this fluorescence protein. So if you then put the image of the brain or the brain under a microscope, a fluorescent light microscope, and emit a specific and use a specific light with a specific wavelength, then light will be emitted, and you will see actually the entire neuron, including the cell body, including the axons. So this is very helpful if you want to know from where this neuron is connecting to where in the brain. The retrograde is basically a bit differently. Like if you inject the cells, not the cells directly will be visible, but all cell bodies that are connecting to the cells. So it's similar, but you can just see a different kind of connection. So this is basically from where, and this is to where. And most of the time we will talk about images that have been stained with anterograde tracers. So this work is only possible thanks to very great collaborators. So I'm working with many, but like my closest collaborators are collaborators from the Riken Center of Brain Science, who are neuroscientists in different fields, and they are acquiring the images. So we are not taking any images by ourselves. we have experts because it's very difficult and needs a lot of training and expertise. And we have people who actually do that from different labs. I really just want to acknowledge their work. Without them, it won't be possible what we are doing here. So Yamamori Lab and Okano Lab and Shimogori Lab and all the people who are working there and collaborating with us. So the idea is that we gain all these images, I mean, from different sources, but basically, if possible, from the same individuals, which includes DTI. So DTI is, I think, very most of the people know it. DTI is an MRI technique, so it can be taken even in vivo. It's very important for clinical settings. And we can estimate a global connectivity of the brain. And we also have gene expression, which can give us information about structure and function. And this is just bright field is an ordinary image. And we have also like information about cell densities. And today we are focusing on the analysis of these anterograde and retrograde tracer images. Just in a comparison, like here we have the DTI, so like the resolution is quite low and we can only have a very rough estimation on what's going on in a voxel. It's just this kind of orientation function here. The direction gives us some information about how likely it is that the axon bundle, like a huge bunch of axons, are running in this direction. While with this anterograde tracer images, we can really see details. So it's a quite different resolution. Here's an animation that shows the process. Suppose we want to know the connection that starts from this point. So we inject, sorry, in the tracer here, and then like when the cells got infected, we can actually see all the actions that are originating from them there. And then we can draw a conclusion about the connections from this point to all the other parts of the region. And yeah, so of course, it only gives information for this specific region. But we don't do it only for one region. This is just like in case the movie was not working. We do that for many regions in order to cover the connectivity of the entire brain. So the result will be a connectivity matrix. And yeah, with such a connectivity matrix allows several kind of analysis. So we can actually compare the structural brain connectivity of a healthy marmoset with a disease model marmoset, for instance, with a Parkinson model, in order to see actually what kind of difference in structure and function it might have. Or we have also collaborators who are using this for whole brain simulations. So this is just the structure of the brain is a very fundamental key part in order to understand the function of the brain. And currently we are creating this kind of structural map. In order for the processing, we have already established a pipeline. So you have seen maybe before on the slides the keyword tissue site. So the tissue site is one specific microscope that we are using here. It's a 2-photon microscope, so we can see actually the fluorescent signal. And one key feature of this microscope is that it first takes the image, like you have the entire brain mounted. It first takes the image and then cuts the slice. Many other approaches have to do it opposite direction. They first have to slice the brain, mount it under a microscope, and then take an image. But you can imagine by moving the slide, this kind of slice of the brain, you have some kind of deformation. So when you want to reconstruct the entire 3D shape, it's difficult. Here it's the opposite around, and then like the 3D reconstruction is quite easy. So for some reason, the movie is not working. Okay. Yeah, but it was an animation that shows, maybe I have it. No, it's not working. Okay, so it's just like a movie that shows how the microscope works. So you see like the image acquisition and the slicing. And for the result then is you get all the images and they are not deformed. You can just stack them together and you have a wonderful 3D reconstruction. It's really a nice microscope. I must say also, like maybe for the retrograde tracer later, we keep the slices. They are floating on water and then they will be collected. And then even later on, we can further analysis, can investigate, search for different tracers then, but this is a different story. So the first thing is like we have a very nice 3D reconstruction. In order to get an idea about the size of the image, like which is really a challenge, is In the upper left corner, you see a very small image, almost barely visible. This is the size of an MRI image compared to the size of a tissue site image that we have. So with the tissue site image, we can really see single axons. Here in the gray matter, how like they are distributed and connecting to other cells. And also like here in the corpus callosum, you can see it almost looks like a river, the axons. And you must imagine that this is only the neurons that we have stained that we see here. So there's much, much more axons and neurons actually present in the image. So it's really only a selection and already such dense. So it's really amazing. So for us as the image processing guys who want to actually distinguish the new signal from the background, we can make use of like the filtering of the microscope. The microscope itself already divides the image that it, or the light that it actually received into different, depending on the wavelengths. So usually they have a red channel, a green channel, and a blue channel. So you can see here, in this histogram, you see like the different channels of the microscope divided by the wavelength. And this kind of plot here is the emission profile of the fluorescence proteins. So actually you see two because we are mixing two, but they're almost not distinguishable. And you can see we have a very clear, very strong signal in green, weak one in blue, and also not the strong one, red, and not the strong one in blue. And how we make use of it in green and red. So every tissue itself also has a very low level of autofluorescence. So it will also be visible. So we make red and green for the autofluorescence, the background, basically they're almost the same. So, and then because in green, the tracer signal is much brighter than here, we can actually already use this information using background subtraction to actually distinguish the signal. It doesn't work perfect, so we have to do use some machine learning, but it's our, yeah. And then, we have the cell bodies here in the injection site, where we actually focus on that part because it's oversaturated otherwise in order to see what's going on there. So this is our processing pipeline where we do image stitching, intensity correction, and then a mapping to a reference space, which is very important when we want to combine the information of different individuals. We have to map them to a reference space. And then we use machine learning to extract the tracer signal and the injection site. And then we can actually combine all this information. So this part, the intensity correction, is quite forward because, you can see like the microscope actually doesn't take the entire image at once. Due to physical constraints and also technical constraints, it takes the images in small image tiles. And then you see this kind of checkerboard pattern that occurs because you have optical distortions in the optical pathway. So we estimate the shading profile based on the images in order to do the correction. And basically, this estimation is more or less just an averaging, but we also remove some outliers, but this works quite well. The image registration is also quite straightforward. If there are any questions regarding that, I will answer that later, but we will use just existing tools for that. More challenging is the segmentation of the signal. I mean, basically, we put in like this background channel, the red channel, and the green channel, and then ask a unit-like structure to predict the segmentation mask. The challenge is that you cannot find anyone who's really able to, or willing to label the data. That's typical of the problem because it's too much and too difficult. And you really need expertise, and the experts really have better things to do than labeling for days. So what we did in order to solve it, we have chosen like, I mean, there are always some champion data, like some nice images, and like images that make problems because the contrast is not so bad or like the intensity is varying. So about 1/3 or almost half of the images were good. So basically, as I mentioned before, the background is almost similar in red and green channel, just the tracer signal is a bit brighter. You can see a bit here, the tracer signal here, which is not present there. So by subtracting them, we already get a good estimate about where we have tracer signal and where it's background. But of course, we still have background here. So we did a very simple approach, but it was very, actually very powerful at the end. is we just use two thresholds. One very conservative one, which definitely removes the entire background, and one that actually is also allows false positive detection, but ensures that most of the signal is actually there. And then we just used morphological reconstruction, which basically just selects, uses the first one here, like this high threshold as a key to select the region here. The idea is that, I mean, if there is a signal already, then it's very likely, I mean, in the high threshold image, it's not unlikely that it's also present in that other axon signal is also present in the area. And even if we have some false positives, it won't change the entire overall meaning. I mean, if there's also already signal, and if we have a bit more, it's not that bad as like if we have a region far away from the injection site where we detect a signal which is not there. Then we might draw wrong conclusions about brain connectivity, and that is something we definitely don't want. So that's why the idea is to use the high threshold one as some kind of evidence or some kind of key to select the regions from that binary image here. And then we used some morphological operators to just make the image, smooth the image a bit. And with that, we already had a very nice training set and even worked here for like more challenging images. Of course, for bright images, it works quite well. But you can see that contrast is quite varying. Of course, in order to make it more robust against, or like so that it also works with unseen images, with our more challenging candidates, we used data augmentation, like nothing special, just like deformations and gamma corrections, and we also added noise and brightness changes. But of course, everything has been generated automatically. It was not perfect. So we still had some false positive detection. In particular here, when you see this area here, sometimes blood vessels, sometimes other structures, that actually are elongated structures, and the network was misclassifying them as axons. So like, and then we had to manually actually annotate this data, which was not that much work because we didn't do that so precisely. Just open it in a painting program and mark this region. And we use this as a weight in the loss function to penalize this falsely detected areas during the training, a second training. And doing so like really resolves the issue. And we have a very accurate segmentation now that even works with data from a different tissue site generation, a new generation from the microscope, which is not that, which usually makes problems, but this one really works robust. So I'm very happy with that, and we are still using it. A second challenge is now we know where the signal is, we still need to know where it's coming from. So we need to find the injection site. This is not that difficult because the injection site is very bright. So we have a two-step approach. We first segment the image using, localize the injection site using a very rough estimation using a low resolution version of the image in 3D, and then using some second approach using neural networks to define the precise boundary of the region. So here's an image, one image slice of the injection site. So you see it's very bright. So what we do is we first, here's a maximum intensity projection of a 3D stack in low resolution. You can see it's super bright, so it's not so difficult to define it. So we smooth it a bit and then threshold it. And yeah, that's basically our initial localization. But of course, it's not that precise. So we then take this region and look a bit closer. We go back to the 2D images and use a neural network to detect actually the cells. And then the cells implicitly define the exact region of the injection. Here's the approach. So like input image detection. This looks quite simple, and you might ask like why we are not using just the blob detection filter, because they look like blobs. I mean, the cell bodies, and it works somehow. The issue is that the images are very, like the variation is like we have very noisy images. The contrast sometimes is very bad, and it's very difficult to actually make the Hessian or like a blob detection filter work reliably on the data. So here the neural network again has a clear advantage because we can label this in the same way. We have manually very easily just putting dots there. And this time we really do this manually. And then we can use data augmentation to actually deal with a different imaging condition. One challenge is that we have, as you might remember, in the anterior ray tracer, we don't see only the cell body, we also see the axons coming out of them. So like they appear here. And they were frequently misclassified as cell bodies. So we used a steerable filter or a vessel-like filter to detect them and enhance them and added an extra penalty on them. Another challenge that we had is that we manually labeled them by just putting one pixel there to tell them there's a cell. And of course, the placement is not always correct. So what we did is actually just during training allowed, like we just masked out all the pixels surrounding such a label. So like allowing for small displacements in the prediction of the neural network without penalizing it. And that really helped a lot in order to detect also weak or largely displaced, manually displaced labels in the validation set, but also like later in unseen data sets. Yes, and here's a video showing everything together. So we have, it's for one image slice, we have the intensity correction. We also map different other kind of data that I have only mentioned at the very beginning that we acquire in addition to that. Then we do the mapping of a standard brain so that we can actually map this information to a space where we can include the data from several individuals. We use our segmentation of the tracer signal, the injection site, and then we can do that for different injections. And each injection gives us the connectivity for a different brain region. And if we do that for an entire brain, we have a very detailed connection map. This is a bit an older video, so it was only the first 41 injections in the prefrontal cortex. But at the end of the entire project, we plan to have the entire brain. The second part is a bit an ongoing work. I want to mention it because it just shows a different challenge that we have. It's the retrograde tracer data. So remember, it's the cells. You don't see the cells, infected cells. You see the cells that are connected to it, and you only see the cell bodies. So it's very similar to the injection site problem. You see the single cells. But the problem is quite different than for the injection site, because for the injection site, we knew that it's only in the injection site. Here, it can appear everywhere, which makes it much more challenging because false positive detections can lead to very wrong conclusions. But if we can find single cells somewhere very far away from the injection site, it can be very important. So the issue is that in the injection site, we have, the green signal here is still the anterior ray tracer that you have seen before, but you also now see the red dots, which are newly visible after some treatment of the tissue and then acquiring the image again. And here you can actually see what the issue is. So this is a histogram showing the different slices of the brain. Starting here is the prefrontal cortex, so it's the frontal part of the brain. And here, going back to the brain, here's the cerebellum. And the injections is usually here for the current study in the prefrontal cortex. So you have many cells here. But you can see also here in the back part, you have still a significant number of cells. It's small, but they are there. And our detection works quite well. But what we've actually, what I want to say is, we figured out that especially in the slides where we have only a few number of cells, we detect actually many cells which have been indicated as false positives, but actually it was true cells. So we actually detected many cells that have been overlooked by manual annotation. And this is more obvious when we look at this graph here. So we have here the X is the number of cells per slice, And this is the false discovery rate and the false negative rate. And you see, like, if this number of cells is very large, we have a very good values here. But if you go, like, if the number of cells is very small, like even only 1, 5, or 10, then like our performance goes down. And we were wondering why. And it turns out that in most cases, it's because they have not been found by manual annotation, because it's very difficult to manually find single cells in images. So it's a very nice result. And this method is now used to analyze the images. And we found many clusters that have been overlooked by manual annotation. And of course, one issue is that we have more tracer data that is coming. So currently our work is on using transfer learning to actually adapt our different models to new tracer data. And this is ongoing work. I just want to mention, and this is a very interesting topic that we are currently tackling. Coming to the second part, which is probabilistic exon tracking. And yeah, this is one of my private personal work that I enjoy. The idea is that it's the same images that we have seen before, where we have this 2D segmentation. But when I was looking at them, I was wondering, I mean, the resolution is not perfect like in electron microscopy, but we can actually guess very well about where the axons are going and like about the structure of the axons and how they are connected. So I was wondering if it's possible to find the best explanation, the best model for this kind of images. And so I'm very inspired. I was inspired by the DTI tracking. Here, like DTI tracking is also very difficult. You have very low resolution image and you want to find the global connectivity, which is a very difficult problem with many unknowns and many possible interpretations. And also, like, the problem here is very similar. The spatial resolution is not that high. And an additional challenge is that the images are very huge. There are several hundreds of gigabytes, even terabytes large, if you have a 3D image of an entire brain. So these kind of channels you have. Here is a movie showing a 2D and 3D stack. So like the noise, very noisy. You can see that you can see the axons you're running here. So it's possible actually to detect structures, but it's quite challenging. And also 3D in typical issue is that the depth resolution is much lower than the in-plane resolution. So yeah, so you have to deal with discontinuities and have to bridge gaps and all these things. So my approach was using is based on a very simple model that tries to explain these axons or structures by connecting particles with edges, like here. So it's just a model of particles that can have attributes like a position and orientation. So the orientation should be along the axons and connections, so that the connections are then representing the topology of the network. But this is a very challenging problem because actually we don't know how many variables we have. So how many particles do we need? And we don't know the attributes of the particles. So we have a problem with unknown number of variables and unknown variables. Everything is unknown. So this is quite challenging. And so what I was using is a probabilistic approach. And first of that, we need to define an objective function. So I use the very typical approach. So I have external energy and internal energy. So which is basically an image likelihood and a prior. So this is the first one, just measures how similar my model is with the image. How well is the image explained by my model? And the second one is just some internal energy that tries to exclude unplausible models, because usually it's very difficult to find an external energy that that covers everything and does not allow unplausible configurations. So typical, I don't want to go into the details of this external energy, but it's basically measures how well the particles are placed in the image. So if the particles are in line with the axons and not outside of the axons and the orientation is nice, then this energy is usually low. For the internal energy, we have constraints like there should not be a loop. two exon trajectories should not overlap because we don't want to describe it twice. I mean, they can, but it will be penalized. And a continuity. We don't want to have something that suddenly changes its direction completely. So there's some kind of smoothness constraints. And we use a probabilistic optimization. So instead of energy minimization, we rephrase it as a probability maximization problem. And we use a reversible jump Monte Carlo, Markov chain Monte Carlo algorithm. If you know MC algorithm, it's very similar. The only addition is that it can change dimension. So it can make jumps to different dimensions. The dimension here is the number of variables, the number of particles. And the algorithm itself is quite simple. You start with an empty model with nothing. And then in each step, you just propose a modification. In this case, in the most basic case, it's just creating a particle or destroying a particle, adding an edge or removing an edge. You cannot destroy a particle as long as it has an edge. One important key is that all modifications must be reversible. And you have this term here that ensures that it somehow relates the probability of doing a modification with respect to undoing a modification. So if it's like impossible to undo a modification, it will never happen. And the second part is just the difference of the energy. We have a T here, which is the temperature, because we also use simulated annealing here. But the important part here is that one, a difference in energy. And then we just compute this R, this ratio. And then if the ratio is greater than 1, we accept whatever we are doing. But if it's lower than 1, we still accept it with a certain probability, which means we can even move from a better state to a worse state. And this is very important to overcome local minima. So here we have a demonstration of how it works on toy data. And you can see like one issue is it takes time, because sometimes you create a particle, but you cannot change its attribute, you cannot rotate it. So it first has to remove it and place it there by chance, again, in a better position. And this is very unlikely and takes time. So what we do is we just add shortcuts, which are combination of death and disconnect and connect and birth. So you can basically rotate a particle by removing the edge, removing the particle, adding the particle in a different orientation, and then connecting it again. So you can just combine all this modification to one proposal. You just need to know how to compute the probabilities. And by doing so, we were able to actually accelerate it quite a lot. And here you can see also a toy data. We can move and see what's happening, and it's in real time. It takes a bit of time. So it's not that fast than a deterministic approach, but still feasible. And after a while, you can see like the temperature is cooling down, and then you see the model of the data set. And the one challenge that we additionally had is the image size, because our images are huge. You cannot load them in memory. It's several terabytes. So what we did is actually a divide and conquer approach. So we first divided the image into local, smaller image stacks and did the tracking there. And then afterwards, we actually combined everything and had a different optimization strategy, which was only using data prior, basically without the image, in order to heal. It's like a healing. Like it was like if the output of here is basically not connected, and the second optimization just tries to find the best model that explains that model in a global manner. And that worked quite well. It takes time, but the results were very impressive. So this is one result. So yeah, you have seen it actually at the beginning. I used it in the video. And this is another one. So we were really able to track exons over a longer distance. It's a global optimization. Of course, it's not perfect, but it's the best that we can do at the moment. And yeah, I still have like 2 slides here. So if I'm correct, I have 45 minutes. So I will stop in 5 minutes, but I want to also mention like Fabian's work. Yeah, he, as I mentioned, started working in my lab in March, and during his PhD, he was working on white matter hyperintensity evolution, the prediction of it. So based on a baseline image, he was aiming at predicting the changes in the white matter hyperintensities. And yeah, in Japan, there's a very nice chance for new scientists to start their career, especially in April, to start up also like their own ideas. So he got a startup grant, a small one, but like still a very nice one. And so we also have this topic now in our lab. In his previous work, he was already very successful in a very pioneer. It's a very pioneer, how to say, it's one of the first studies in this field. And yeah, we are now collaborating with his previous supervisors from University of Edinburgh. So like thanks to our newcomer, we have a new collaboration going on in our lab. So we have access to the data sets, and the scheme fits very well also to our project because it's the white matter hyperintensities is associated with dementia and Alzheimer's diseases, which we are very interested in. And yeah, so he's also like using deep learning models to predict the changes. And in future, we are going to, yeah, while in the current situation, development, the prediction was only based on one first assessment. Yeah, the results, let's say, improvable. And with future approaches, now we are tackling and using time series analysis and also maybe switching to 3D in future to improve this kind of technique. Yeah, and coming already to my last slide. I'm 2 minutes fast, sorry. Yeah, thank you very much for listening. I also would like to announce that we still have one postdoc position available. So if someone is interested in working with us and loves deep learning and applying to biomedical images, don't hesitate to contact me as soon as possible because we have already interviews running. And yeah, thank you very much for listening, and I'm ready for questions.
Okay. Wow, your presentation is wonderful, Yeah. So let's look at the question and answer. And we have right now, maybe, yeah, there are two questions actually. So let me read the question for you. And the question is, I noticed that you have utilized various image enhancement techniques as well as some deep models, such as UNIT. I am interested to know you take on the deep learning versus more conventional spatial image processing approaches, as you seem to as you seem to use both for some tasks. Are they directly comparable? Are they complementary to each other? So maybe its question can be directly answered.
So why sometimes I use artificial neural networks and sometimes use conventional techniques?
Yes, combination. It looks like combination, something like.
I mean, so I really very like deep learning techniques. I think everyone is very excited, but in particular in biomedical image field, we have to be a bit careful. I mean, the network can predict things that maybe not be there, and it's a black box oftentimes, so it's very hard to predict. So I prefer first to try conventional approaches where we actually really know what's going on. So it's much more predictable what's happening, and it's much more easier to actually understand why things go wrong. And then, so it's a good starting point to start with the conventional methods. And then if they are not working, then we try to use the deep learning things. It's always worth to compare. And sometimes this is the first thing. And the second thing is we often need to use the conventional methods to generate a ground truth. I mean, if there's no ground truth, we cannot, I mean, of course, unsupervised learning may work in some cases, But especially when we do this kind of segmentation, then oftentimes we need some labels for doing the training. And if there's no labels, there's only the choice to do it manually or to actually try to use classical handcrafted approaches to generate some labels for some data, and then use data augmentation to make the methods even more robust to work with the data where the classical approach fails. So I think it's very good to be able, also like now everyone is working with deep learning, it's still important to also have a good understanding of many of the classical tools. It can be very helpful to generate training data. Yeah. Is this, if this answer is sufficient?
And how about number 2 is talking about the difficulty of image annotation to create a training set for deep model. Sorry. Can you share how you have been able to overcome these issues?
About what again? Sorry.
About image annotation of to create training sets.
Yeah, as I mentioned, I mean, if possible, I will ask someone to do it manually, but it's not working. We have to, of course, sometimes it's not working. So we have, so one option is to choose some champion data where we can use some classical approach, some manually crafted features or filters to create a training set for this data set, and then use data augmentation to extend this kind of training data set to also cover the data where the classical approaches are not working. So this is something, some strategy that often works. So take some data that where we can easily create training data based on simple approaches, and then try to use data augmentation to make this training data more valuable so that it also covers or can be generalized to unseen data that is more difficult. Because otherwise, I mean, it's very difficult to, I mean, this kind of adaptation to different data augmentation can also be like a domain adaptation. For instance, if it's more easy to annotate data of modality A, you have this annotation, you can maybe try to use a model that can change the modality to modality B, and then you have a model for that one. But at the beginning, it's always worth trying to use some more easy data in combination with some classical image segmentation approach, even if it's just thresholding. It might work in many cases. Yeah.
Well, maybe there's no other question. I have some question. I have one question for you. Well, this is about my imagination. If someday later, so you can create more life. Not this. You take the picture from a point of time, right? So if you have a series of point of time, so you can see how the dynamics change from inside the brain, right? Is that true?
Which kind of images are you talking about? About the tracer images?
Yeah, anything. So it's inside the brain. We can see how the dynamics of the brain is there, right? If you create several times points, right? Is that true?
So I mean, for this tracer study, I mean, for this tracer study, for this tracer study, it's not possible because it's ex vivo data.
Oh, okay.
So the animal is sacrificed and then under the
microscope.
Yeah,
that's the difficulties about having the data. But
that's why
if someday you have the method not quite, they made something, so maybe you can have more realistic. Yeah,
that's why we also take MRI in addition to that, because we hope in future we don't need to do that and can just use MRI. But at the moment, like it's still MRI is very low coarse resolution, and there are issues with false positives and many conclusions that cannot be made from that data at the moment. But we hope that with our data set, when we have always the tracer data in combination with DTI, we can improve also like the DTI by providing some kind of ground truth in future.
Yeah.
But yeah, see the point. Yeah, it's very difficult. We would like to see the dynamics. I mean, functional data we have, but functional data is always limit in resolution or limit to a specific space, location. For the entire brain, it's in high resolution, it's not feasible at the moment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the time is finished. So thank you very much for the presentation. So
thank you very much.
So I think before that, we have to take the photograph. We have to is that true, Miss Tia?
Yes. So to end the second keynote talks.
Oh, after second.
Yeah. So we can take the photo now, if you please.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So for all the panelists and also the attendees, please turn on your video now. We're gonna take the photo. Okay, I'll be counting down now. All right. 3, 2, 1, and smile. Okay, once again. 3, 2, 1, and smile. Thank you very much.
So for the audience, please give Dr. Skibe a big applause.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so and I return this to Miss Tia. Okay, please, Miss Tia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Skibe, for the wonderful keynote speech, and thank you, Dr. Suryana, for moderating the session. So right now the time is already 16:30. So we're gonna move on to the third session. We now going to have the keynote speech from Professor Lance Fung from Murdoch University, Australia, and it will be moderated by Dr. Adila Krisnadi from Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia. Once again, should you have any questions for the keynote speakers, you can write it down on the Q&A box and the moderator shall read it at the Q&A session. Thank you. Then the session will be handled by the moderator. Please, Dr. Adila Krisnadi, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Fatia. Great. So we are now at the third keynote speech for ICACSIS. I hope everyone still has some energy to follow the talk. We are very pleased that we have Professor Lance Fung here. Professor Lance Fung is Professor Emeritus at Murdoch University, Australia. He is currently the chair of education committee for IEEE Region 10, and he is actually a IEEE Region 10 director-elect for next time around, I guess. Right? He got his PhD from University of Western Australia, and then he taught in the past. He taught Singapore Polytechnic, Curtin University, and then since 2003 he's been at Murdoch University and was appointed emeritus professor in 2015. Right, so he will be talking about AI in education, or for education, I suppose. AI in education, correct. So then, without further ado, I'll give the time to Professor Lance Fung. Yeah.
Okay, I can share my screen now. Okay, just give me a minute. So sharing. Okay, can you see my screen now?
It is actually slightly to the left. So I think only right now this one is okay. Yeah, this one is
better.
Yeah, this one is better.
Yeah. Just give me a minute. Okay, if everything is all right, so I'm going to start now. Okay, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Adila, for the introductions, and thank you very much, for the invitation to be part of your conference. I understand this is the 12th International Conference on the Advanced Computer Science and Information System. I apologize that I was not able to attend the earlier two sessions, only coming halfway, because we have celebrated the IEEE Day But early on, I have listened to a couple of the plenary talks by Professor Toshio Fukuda, by Professor Kuchin Chung, by Nori. And they're talking on the different topics. Well, Professor Toshio on the robots, Kuchin talking about MME and super smarts. The talk by Professor Anil Jin, and on the and then also AI areas. And for my talk, I talk a little bit on the AI in education. Well, I must confess that, well, if you hear my title as Emeritus Professor, so what it means is, well, officially I have retired already. So this is only an honorary appointment. But nevertheless, well, I'm still involved with supervision on the co-supervision position. The recent COVID-19 situation we're facing now, well, we all see that, well, of delivery competition in terms of the global. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how I perceive that AI could be involved, and also link to some of our previous work as well. Okay, so now I'm going to start. Okay, so today as well, just in case some of you may not have known about me before, so just a short introduction of myself. We have in Murdoch University, whereby you can download some of our previous papers and some of the previous PhD theses that I have supervised, because I'm using some of a few of these as an example. And then I'll talk about from education point of view, one of the important criteria is where we must be able to ensure the standard and the quality. So I'm using the Australian government as an example. What are the quality framework where we work on and the standards? And I also relate it to the IEEE curriculum. They work together with the ACM on the computer science. And then I look into some of our past work to some of this topic. And I also take a look at some of the current practices in the industry. And I use one of the examples. Well, with this particular company, I must make a declaration that I have absolutely no association with this particular company product. But then again, I find, well, this product is really something. Let's take a look at the future. In particular, how maybe I personally see that, but maybe AI can be applied. Before I start, well, you heard about the Murdoch University. So we are located in the Western Australia, in the city of Perth. So we are one of the 4 public universities in Western Australia. But the oldest one is the University of Western Australia. And then the second one, actually, Murdoch University. We're coming to 50-year anniversary, where we established in 1974. Other 2 universities are Curtin University, where I worked before I come to Murdoch. And the other one is Edith Cowan University. We have only one private university, which is the Notre Dame University, affiliated to Notre Dame in the USA. Well, in case you haven't been to Perth, well, I highly recommend you try to pay us a visit. And in particular, give me a call as well when you come over. And I find Perth is interesting that we have the iconic Black Swan. If you read the book on the Black Swan, and also it's looking at some phenomenon in the past that people in Europe, they never expect swan is black color. They always associate swan or white color. But until they find out, indicate some kind of phenomenon that people may not have expected before as well. To a certain extent, well, the COVID-19 is you can consider some kind of black swan as well. Out of the blue, that the whole world is being locked down. And even a lot of countries are still facing the challenge. In Australia, well, we do have fortunately, because of our isolation, we don't really have a large number of cases compared to other countries. But still, you believe it or not, we still have very tight border control right now. Well, right now, there are 2 cargo ships that we engaged some kind of argument with the Commonwealth government because they have COVID cases on board. So this is the thing that we see that is going to cause change in our normal practices. I do believe that AI is exactly another black swan. That we have seen that even though that you have been the term had been coined back in 1956, well, in the Dartmouth workshop. But it's really up to recently that all the interest, well, that in the deep learning, in the CNN, and also see how the application in different areas as well. But nevertheless, well, there are also a lot of issues, well, like having discussed last night with Professor James, and also even just now, Professor Hendrik mentioned about that as well, because well, a lot of the model they're using just a black box, and they're not explainable, and then well, how are they going to be trusted? So those are the things we're still facing it. But nevertheless, well, I do see that there are opportunities. It can be applied in education, and I'm going to take a look at some of the possibility and some of suggestion. Well, you have heard part of my personal background. Well, I always like these three photos. Well, because the first one was my first job on board the ship called American Maine. It was 1974. The second one is the second ship, 1976, the Eagle Arrow. And then this third picture was 1981, when I was doing master's degree. What I'm really amazed is in terms of the technology of being changed so rapidly, that between the first two ships, well, I have observed that the satellite technology been coming in for position fixing. And then for my third picture was my first encounter microprocessor. And then it was an 8-bit Motorola 6800 microprocessor. And compared to what we have right now with the multi-core 64 bits and really fantastic. Then in terms of education, then we have to ask ourselves the question that how well we have advanced, well, following the changes in technology. Well, if you ask, no doubt that we have been using technology, but the system itself, well, we're still based on some kind of curriculum. We're based on some certification system. But then we hear the complaint, well, from the industry saying that, well, the students are not job ready. And then the students, well, they try to find ways, well, to make it easier. Well, I'm even sad to say that sometimes some of the students doing an ethical approach as well, cheating and all those things. But nevertheless, I do believe that, well, it may require some kind of rethinking. Okay, coming back to my background, you have heard about training with a radio officer. I say that, well, majority of my time is in education. I taught in Singapore technique, well, Polytechnic, and then I was got my PhD from University of Western Australia while I was doing part-time in Murdoch University, Curtin University. And then I spent the last 12 years working in Murdoch University, but even so for the past 5 years, I'm still co-supervising. If you take a look in terms of my output, I still have paper publications and PhD completion as well. So IEEE activities, well, again, as a glance, and I'm really honored to be elected as IEEE Region 10 elect for Region 10 for 2021 to 2022. And I really hope that I can really work closely with an Indonesia section and also the countries around the region. And I believe that the technologies, well, from IEEE have so much potential, can improve the living qualities and also the benefits for the community. In terms of my further information, you can take a look at my profile page in Murdoch University. You just simply search Murdoch University profile lens function, what you see. And I would like to refer to the two links. Well, one of the resources under the publication. Well, in there they have collected 336 of my articles. And then they have collected some data. They say that out of its 336 have been downloaded close to 63,000 times since the data being collected in 2009. And some of these papers has been downloaded over 5,000 times, 5,269 times. And then, well, this is the one which is most downloaded paper. And when you click to those papers, you can see that it gives you the abstract. Not necessarily all the paper you can get the full text, but around 61% you can get it. So you can see that this paper was really published in 2006. And you can see that, well, you still have the download all the way down to 2020. And I think this is really useful so that, well, people as well do some of the work, well, in the past, without really referring back to the journals or the proceedings, etc. Also, another one is the list of the theses which I have supervised. And again, I'm using some of these as an example to illustrate how it relates to AI in education. And again, if you click on any of these theses, and you'll be able to take a look at the title. And also, well, you can have the history in terms of statistics. I'm going to use this one in particular as a start off as an illustration how we have worked in the past using some intelligent recommendation system. well, maybe you can loosely consider it's still part of AI as well for student counseling management. But before we go into that, well, let's remind ourselves, well, on the 17 goals, well, established by the UN, the Sustainable Development Goals. And all these are important, well, because they're being seen that they're important as a driver to transform the world. So I'm not going through all of these, but I would like to highlight one of it, which is number 4, quality education. So quality education is really important because it really need to ensure the inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. And I believe that we all have a role to play. We have been fortunate, well, we receive education, well, we get opportunities, well, to get access, well, to the information easily. But then not so much, well, in the other, well, part of the world, and even within the country as well, you might have some, well, section of communities, well, they still need, well, some of the support. Even, well, as affluent, well, as a developed country like Australia, well, we have a community, well, in the outback, whereby they are being deprived because of their limited resources, etc. So I do believe that it is important, well, for us from IEEE point of view, from educators, from faculty members, we will try our best. Well, we have been fortunate enough to be educated, and we should really, well, also educate others as well. But on top of that, looking into lifelong learning, we also need to, well, remind ourselves that learning is really an ongoing process. It's a journey. But there's no destination because we just simply continue going it. So coming to how AI is being applied. So loosely, well, we can take a look at how it links to the IEEE, well, strategic plan. And you can see that, well, out of the 5, well, goals between 2020 and 2025 is really, well, focused, well, on education, knowledge, well, lifelong learning, professional development, and building communities. And well, in the recent IEEE Section Congress, we also have one of the top 3 recommendations, and the number 2 is providing the continued education to provide true value added to the learning professional. So what I'm trying to highlight is, well, IEEE is very much have the education in heart. Well, we really, well, aim to provide the services for the community to achieve our objectives, well, and our mission and vision for advancing technology, well, for the benefit of humanity. And you can see that education is really go through the whole life cycle from the pre-university, university, young professionals, advanced and mid-career, and also the retired professional as well. So now coming back to education, in a formal way, the first thing is, well, how do we quantify, well, the education good enough or not? Well, I believe that you must have something similar over in Indonesia. But over in Australia, well, we have this Australian quality framework. It has been established for quite some time already. Well, even the second edition was really come out, well, in 2013, it's quite some time ago now. But well, the AQF, the main objective is the national policy for regulating the qualification in Australia, education and training. And then, well, it incorporates a qualification, each education and training sector into a single comprehensive national qualification framework. It was introduced back, well, in 1995. So that, and also in 2013, it gave a second edition. And also we just had the review report released last year as well. So the key aspect of this one is we have subdivided the education into 10 levels, from level 1 all the way from certificate 1, all the way up to level 10 for doctorate. Say, for example, level 7 is on the criteria for the bachelor degree. Then we expect looking into this, well, possession of the knowledge, skills, and also how it's being applied as well. So in other words, well, if we're looking at objective of education, we are expecting, well, someone to receive education, well, should be able to demonstrate, to have the knowledge, to have the skill, ability to apply both the knowledge and the skills as well. And this goes all the way, well, to our region level 9, which is for the master degree, and level 10 as well. So I'm not going to do too detailed into this one. So what I'm trying to highlight is the main thing is there's certain criteria. Well, there's a purpose of education. We're looking for knowledge, we're looking for skills, we're looking for application. Now, let's move on to how AI, well, can be applied to this. But before we go to that, well, not only, well, in the AQF, but even for our vocation training aspect, vocation education training, we also have the VET VET quality framework. And similarly, well, even national quality framework. So the first thing, well, we need to establish is, well, when we're dealing with education, it must be some kind of standard. It must be some kind of things we expect, well, the one who've gone through demonstrate. So if you want to incorporate some kind of AI in here, this is some of the first things that you may be able to work on it. Well, then the next question is, well, how can we ensure, well, the organization, well, providing the services is able to meet this requirement? Then we have another organization, which is called a TAXA, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agent. So this is a third party, whereby is going to check, well, have an accreditation of the organization for all the higher education. This is a situation we have over in Australia. So in other words, well, when we look into, well, educations, so you can see that the key point is we must be able to achieve, well, those expected quality. Then the next question comes is, okay, then what are the materials? How are we going to establish the curriculum and also materials so as to achieve this, so that they can be qualified? Again, where we have organizations like IEEE, where we have the Computer Society working together with ACM. I'm looking at the ICT area, so computer science. So there has been a number of the curricula has been developed over the years. So again, I believe that you must have taken a look at this before: computing curricula, software engineering, computer science, and cybersecurity. And right now they're working on the data science as well. So if you take a look at the whole thing, so what are the expectations within the whole, well, the landscape of education? So from the education providers are concerned, like the university, well, you could be private, you could be government university. So one of the expectations from them is, well, they should be able to provide the curriculum, they need to deliver, they need to provide the training and education, assessment. They need to have a sufficient and adequate suitability of the resources as well. They must meet the standards. And also, well, they should be involved with the recruitment, retention, and the completion of the study for the student. Then from a student point of view, well, the expectation from them is, well, they should be able to meet the admission requirements. And then also they should be able to fulfill the assessment requirement and demonstrate the possession of the required skill, knowledge, and ability to apply. Then from a staff point of view, well, maybe a lot of you within the audience, well, it's a teaching and research. Well, although sometimes there are staff employed entirely on teaching, entirely on research, the majority of the academic staff in higher education level, I would say, belong to both teaching and research. And from the community point of view, so they do expect, well, the investment they put in from the government, or maybe from a private university is concerned, people pay for the school fee. They expect, well, they are able to have some kind of returns. And then they expect, well, this investment from the society is able to meet the needs for the industry and also, well, for generate the wealth and also the well-being for everyone. So here comes the challenges. So this is what they expect the ROI, return on the investment. So the challenge is, well, from the educational providers point of view, then the first one is if they need to handle the resources, then what the thing is what they need to optimize. Well, they need to, it's not an unlimited, well, bottomless, well, or a blank check they receive. They receive the money from the private sector, or maybe from the people, or maybe from the government. They need to optimize it. But they need to effective recruitment and maximize, well, the retention. One of the biggest challenge for university, well, for education is the wastage, is a dropout. Okay, I'm not too sure of the situation over in your country. But really, if you consider a student have done 1 or 2 years and then a complete waste, well, from the student point of view, from the university, maybe from the society point of view. And also another one which has become much more prominent now, where people want to be more, well recognized in the world standing. They need to be improve the ranking, etc. So this pressure is not only coming in from the management itself, also coming in from the government and also from the international competition. And from a student, how do they select the most appropriate course for them? So because if you consider a lot of students coming in, well, from the high school, and it's really quite a wide range of the courses offered to them. The question is, have they done enough homework? Are they able to make the most intelligent decision, which is the one most appropriate for them? And also, also they're expected to complete, well, the study with good From a staff point of view, and I would say this is one of the biggest challenges I have seen over the years now. I'm not too sure of the situation over in Indonesia, but a lot of the academic staff, a lot of colleagues have spoken to, and I believe that, well, now the pressure for all aspects. Well, not only the teaching itself, the research, they also need to do the recruitment. So a lot, and also more than that, they have the continued development of change of the technology. For the community, so they also have the challenge, well, do they have enough, well, competent graduates to meet the demands as well? Or maybe on another aspect, well, are there enough jobs for them or not? So let's start off by some of our previous work. Well, this is the work, well, from this student, Kenneth Kwan, and she's from Thailand. And well, our first attempt looking in some of these is, well, on the recruitment aspect. As I have said, well, one of the challenge for student point of view is, when they come into the university, what course are they going to take? Of course, sometimes the student may have their mindset, or maybe they have some advice from their parents or from their friends, etc. So some of them are smart enough to do all the analysis. In that case, well, it's not a problem for them. A lot of them that they might not be able in this position. In the university point of view, well, sometimes they have this counselor. They try to provide some kind of advice to them. But then again, if you ask yourself this question, well, how does the counselor, well, provide the suggestion? So in a way that when we talk about AI, that's exactly what we expect AI to do. They try to perform some kind of what human being is able to do. So that's exactly what we're trying to do as well. So in this particular study, we have been trying to adopt the data-driven approach, and then how we, well, based on around 24,000 records, I think up to around around 16 years of the result of a past student record, and try to have some kind of system, well, to assist the counselor. So this is some kind of recommendation system we're talking about. So in this particular, well, study, well, our student, well, currently, actually, she just got a teaching job back in Queen's Songklang University. It's one of the best universities in the southern part of Thailand. So she got quite a fair bit of journal papers and also the conference paper as well. So the key objective is, well, in the study is, well, she have reviewed, well, what are the recommendation systems, use of data mining, intelligence techniques, and then, well, the use of the classifiers, well, looking at GPA prediction, well, to improve the performance accuracy. Now, what we're saying is, well, we're not really keen in doing the accuracy of the prediction itself, but rather we are trying to aim to give the recommendation. So the argument is, well, based on those data, well, we are saying that, well, those students, well, have a certain features or maybe certain, well, input parameters, well, characteristics. Well, the results show that, well, they overrule the recommendation by the parents of whatever interest of the student. Then we work on some other work as well, using k-means clustering and comparison results from the other approaches. Well, then we use it, well, for compared approaches. And then we also apply, well, ANN decision trees, SVM, and also the multi ANN approach as well. We try to look into dropout identification as well. So provide some kind of a warning sign. So this has been one of our earliest approach. So because we take a look in terms of the retention, because it has been a main concern. Even when I was working, well, there are some units, well, whereby we have a high failure rate. And then, well, if the high failure rate is really turn off the student completely, and then, well, the student, well, decided to terminate the course, and really it's such a waste as well. So there has been some study in the past at how they're going to improve the retention rate. They're looking at some kind of a relationship, well, the structured bonding, the social bonding, financial bonding to improve the retention. So this has been our work. Proposed methodology, well, based on historic data. As I said, at that time we had around 24,000 or so. We go through the data pre-processing, and then we work through the parameters, well, like the GPA, like the recommend on the student records from the year 1 to year 4, and then we work on the prediction on the likely GPA they have, and also what are the ranked activities, well, recommendations for them, and then what are the courses they are able to complete. And then we even look into the possibility that identify them go into the postgraduate studies. So we have a range of techniques, well, data mining, like SVM, decision tree neural networks, association rules, and clustering. Well, bear in mind that this was in 2013, so that's why DNN, all those things haven't come into yet. So this is what we have done. We have some others work like the ensembling, clustering, and then we'll try to provide some kind of output. And then we also have the flow chart. Then we make our recommendation to what should be the program majors and also activities for the student. So that has been our work. Well, looking back, she graduated in 2013, so maybe around 8 years ago now, 8 or 9 years ago. And then we have the experimental work, on the design of the system, okay? So we try to do the best GPA recommendations. And then also we look at the dropout identification as well. So this has been our first attempt, for the application of AI in education, for a student recommendation. And you will see later on, actually, some of the latest work currently going on actually is similar to what we have done. Then recently we have also another work. Well, this particular student only attached to us for around a year or so. Well, she was from Thailand again, and this is part of her PhD work. And she's looking at the student relationship management system using the Internet, of Things to collect the digital footprints. So the main idea is, using the technologies of the digital footprint is able to identify and then what are the behavior and also the services can be provided to the student as well. So the main idea is using the IoT techniques, they identified, the alert, the modules, the tracking, the security, student relationship, analytic modules. So that has been the work. Well, I wasn't the supervisor of the student, but really when she come over to us, I co-supervise her. And she just spent 1 year, and right now actually she has already graduated with a PhD already. So this has been another piece of work. Well, AI is only part of it. Well, the main thing architecture that they've developed is the use of the IoT and to establish the student relationship management. So this is another illustration how the architecture, the whole thing is being set up. So this has been, another work where you can also take a look at some of the papers. Then we take a look, in the industry. Well, when I just take a look at this particular article from Wiley, this one was being published in, can I see the days or not? Actually, it's not long ago, sorry, I didn't put on the days in here. But in here, you see the 5 ways artificial intelligence may influence higher education admission and retention. Now, you can see that this is what very closely to our work Kenneth Kwan have done in 2013 in the thesis. Talking about admission, talking about retention, how AI can be applied. So what are the things can be done? First of all, it could be some kind of recruitment practices for both domestic and international students. Okay, so the algorithm can determine the enrolled students who are most likely to progress, graduate, and become engaged alumni. So that's exactly what we've been doing based on our past data mining work. We would like to see that how we recommend the student to do the appropriate course, whereby they get a better chance to progress, and also try to retain them as well. And then talk about the college admission process will become faster and more personalized. Because by understanding more information about the students and also past work, we can provide a personalized approach. According to here, they even help them in terms of the visa process, housing selection, course registration, college university able to customize experience for the student. So enable them to have a much more smoother transition into the university. One of the reasons, what we have experienced for the dropout actually is a transition from the high school into the university. It's a different style of delivery. But in the high school, most of them, they're still, what I call, you and I agree, some kind of spoon-fed. They have been given a very clear information where to go for the classroom or what you need to do. But come to the university, because there's so much flexibility, they don't even need to attend the classes, they can have it online, or they have so many clubs and so many activities they can join as well. So some students can be a little bit off-sided and not able to concentrate on the work. So again, we can be helped using AI to identify the characteristic and personalize it. And so, about the student retention. Well, if you recall one of the slides we have done in the past is to identify the potential dropout. Because if you are able to capture that, we're not saying that they are going to drop out. Well, because if they're going to drop out, there's no point. But we're saying that if there are indications that the student have some potential issue, then we are able to provide assist some kind of help as well. Another one, well, they call summer melt. What it means in here is, well, in USA, though, when this school reopen, so you have a whole flood of students coming in, and you have limited resources, in particular human resources, to help them. So this is where you use an AI to come in. So you can, well, not only just simply apply, well, help them on the spot, but rather you can have strategy using text messages, well, giving them the necessary information beforehand. And more importantly, by doing that, you can optimize the resources so that the college, well, bottom line and repetition value will improve. This link up to the things I have mentioned earlier on. The university and the management, they're looking for improvement of the standing. They're looking for optimization of the resources, looking at improving of the bottom line. So another student that I have, well, this is really quite some time ago now, back in 2008. Well, at that time, although it's not in particular relating to education, but that was a work that we have done on the conversation agent. Well, it's a framework and evaluation of conversation agent, well, by Ong Sing Go. Ong Sing Go is from Malaysia. Well, he was from university. Currently, he is the assistant vice chancellor, well, for the industry and community network, and from University of Technology, Malacca. So he would have been quite productive in his PhD work. But the main thing is for PhD work is looking at the conversation agent. Well, he has this chatbot, and you can see that this is 2008 thesis. So in other words, it started off in 2006, 2005 or so. We're looking back quite some time ago now. But nowadays we take it for granted. Well, we go into the website, we go into, well, not unusual. You got a chat box being open, and invite you to have online chat. And sometimes, well, the online chat may not be a real person over that side. Actually, it's an AI agent. And that's exactly what we've been trying to do at that time as well. So as you can see, we even have a mock-up, well, for the Murdoch University, have some kind of chat answering, although now it's already implemented already. So in that part of the work, well, he has this AI interface system that you can go through either chat, or email, phone, or messengers. And then we'll go through the search through the web answers, we'll go through the engine, then we'll go to interact with the user. So we make use of different approaches where you have a domain knowledge metrics as well, looking at different topics. We're looking for information that you can come back from the open domain and from domain specific. Again, I stress the fact that, well, it's well before the DNN and all those, well, era. So at that time, actually, it wasn't really too satisfactory in terms of the performance. But we did provide some kind of a framework. We're looking at different levels, well, of the knowledge can be incorporated, like the dictionary, like the domain-specific knowledge base. Well, we can accumulate the information through the FAQ, we can ask questions. We have a common sense knowledge, or we have open domain knowledge base as well. And also we can improve it by using the supervisor domain knowledge. But we have to admit at that time, actually, we do not have enough data to train the system. But if you take a look right now, well, when you have a DNN, all those things, we have a massive amount of data. Therefore, we can train the system, have a better conversation agent now. And then we have been looking at natural language understanding, architecture. All these are entirely from the thesis, and also a number of papers we have published in the past. And then we have the overall framework. We call the adaptive AIME framework architectures. So I'm not going to do detail on this, but what I want to illustrate is, well, we have been adopting and using, well, this approach in our AI and also apply for conversation agent. And this can be going into, well, the education. Now, again, at that time, well, the bird flu, the SARS, well, was in the main concern. And right now, actually, we could have replaced it COVID-19 now. So just with that is in mind, then how do we see another article? Successful AI examples in higher education that can inspire our future. So you have this data-driven AI tools that help university drive enrollment and streamline operations, but scale up the use of training as a challenge. Now, you have already seen some of the examples of having in the enrollment, improving of the retention. So these are some examples. Well, you have also heard earlier one of the challenge for the staff, academics, or tutor is really the burden, the workload you have. So using this AI is able to assist the teaching assistants, mainly because of the help them with the messages. So in here, you're talking about, well, they have a class of 300 students. They post around 10,000 messages message board. If you require human resources to answer all those things, surely it's required quite a fair bit of workload. But if you're able to apply AI in it to provide the automatic answer, and you can see in here, they're talking about 97% of success rate. So the main thing is to learn to parse the context of the queries and reply them accurately. So if you refer back to our conversation agent work before, that's exactly what you need to do. You have the appropriate knowledge base to answer the questions. We have already mentioned about summer melt. So again, this is the situation whereby you have a flood of students coming in. So in here, they're talking about they have reduced the summer melt by 22%, but just simply through some kind of a smart text messaging. And also using conversational AI techniques as well, powered by the human expertise. Another one is the tailored instructions meet the student needs with AI. Now, so far, the earlier work, we've been talking about the management, we've been talking about the recruitment, but rather ultimately, you go back to the needs of the student. So how you provide, the personalized needed for the student. Because one of the things we always look at today is, we have across the board, curriculum, across the board assessment. On the other hand, we are aware of the student, they're from different backgrounds, they have different learning style. Again, this is some of the work we have done in the past as well. If you take a look at some of our thesis and papers, people have different style. Some people are maybe just easier to read the book. Somebody can absorb much better while using hand-on. So are we able to apply AI to customize these studies? So this led to two main areas. It could be AI-led study, or it can be AI-assisted study as well. Okay, so this, later on I'll use the other example to illustrate how it can be the platform to customize it. This again, another article, but this one is from Microsoft. So they're looking on AI in higher education, opportunities and consideration. So I would suggest to take a look at this because Microsoft is starting their academy and they're looking at the four main areas, teaching and learning. Okay, so how to help out with the teaching management, collaborative learning, learning space and future ready skills. Now, this is the one we've been talking about from student point of view and how we get them ready for the workspace. Student success, looking at the recruitment, retention, completion, and engagement. Because not only just simply finishing study, in our work, you see that we have tried to identify, are they really can get involved with coming back for the further study, master, PhD, etc. Management of the campus, again, is another one. Security management. So you take a look at our work on the IoT, so something related to that, to track the movement, and the facilities, management. So again, optimization can be applied, say for example, like the classroom, the lab, scheduling, data sharing, institutional operations. This even go back to the business model, the workflow, etc. This again, another area where AI can be applied. I'm not even touching on that at all. So academic research, again, another one from the faculty member point of view, how are you going to help the faculty members to improve the work and also reduce the workload? How the research enablement, high performance computing, AI, providing the necessary tools and the resources, and also the research deployment and also collaborative research. So these are the four pillars that have been proposed by Microsoft. We're looking at the student success, how to attract a student, drive outcomes, and connect them in the lifelong learning and lifelong relationship. Teaching and learning, within the time, within the college, how to empower them to do their best work and also personalize the system. Academic research, this is really helping the faculty members. And also the secure and connected campus is really from the management of resources, faculty itself. So I'm not going through too detailed into this one, but really you can take a look in the articles how AI can be applied on the different areas. Now let's move on to another one. So I have given an overview of really how we see some of this example and some of the work we have done. Is I only touch on a very minor part. But as I said, I come across, this particular example, which I have some collaboration, and I stress the fact that I'm not really promoting the product, but I come across and just share some of the features on this particular product. Well, this one is called an AI-based assessment and e-learning platform. By this company called Prefectus. This one actually have the support and partnership with the Ministry of Education in India. So the key thing is, you're really working on the assessment and also the customized e-learning as well. So these are some of the founders, and actually I got involved with Mr. Singh, and he's the one kindly provide me the slides. So mainly the idea is, well, you have already heard, well, I shared looking at skills, knowledge, and application. Are they able to achieve, well, the expected quality and standard? So this is what they're going to say that, okay, this particular platform is aiming to do that. So they need to measure the learning outcomes, can also customize, well, and personalize, well, the e-learning process as well. So they're hoping that the student can learn, that they can practice, they can analyze the performance, they can improve it as well as a closed loop cycle. So they see it as some kind of a one-stop digital learning solution, because they can get online, so can anytime, anywhere. So they can have this assessment platform, well, so they have much more detailed analysis of the performance. So you have the question pool, well, in a way that this is also helping the faculty's members. Because one of the key things, the workload on the faculty member is the setting of the examination as well. So you have some other works like the discussion, well, chat, monitoring, video conferencing, e-certificate, etc. So they see some of these examples. So the platform, they can provide, well, the live chat with the experts. So although that is AI-based, but really does not really rely on the mobile all the time, but you provide the platform actually online communications. You have the assessment, it can be customized. You also have the descriptive test support as well. And so students have to type in the answers in here. They provide the analysis. They customize the recommendations for the e-learnings. And also they have the e-content enable the self-learning. So you can see that this one is beginning to go into some kind of what we're aiming to achieve, whereby the student can take their own space, whereby they can also even customize the modules they would like to take. So they have the outcomes, how the scale is being improved and the scales. And also this is the one talking about recommendation. Now, in the earlier work we have done with our students, we're looking at only the recommendation for the courses. But by the same token, you can use it for the recommendation for the career as well. Because sometimes some of the courses curriculum we provide could be quite general, but with the diversity of the opportunity outside, so you need to have the matching as well. So they got the mentor dashboard, the summary recommendations of different courses and example. So I just briefly describe one of those platforms, whereby I give you the flexibility in terms of the learning outcomes and the modules and also the assessment. So all in all, we can see that in terms of the challenge in the future, well, we can see that, well, global competition for both students, graduates, and jobs is definitely there now. Because everyone, well, can access, well, I would say mostly everything for online information are really transparent nowadays. And you have the top universities, well, would try to recruit the top student. And then, well, you really need to make yourself outstanding so you can attract a student and also to retain them as well. On the other hand, well, there are limited resources. So, well, requirement, well, for the optimization, well, what you have, this is from the management point of view. And bear in mind that we have these rapid and ongoing changes in technology. So therefore, you need to have the adaptive curriculum development. So that means that on the modules you develop, well, you need to be having the flexibility. You cannot really stick to it, well, all the time. You need to provide the customization, personalized, well, to the user, to student, for the assessment and the qualification as well. And more importantly, well, how the authentication for the qualification and the skill set. This has been another challenge we have. I can tell you that from experience, I have, well, as the research director, that we have accepted some students entirely based on their, well, the qualification, and we find out that actually the student, well, doesn't really show too much competence, well, in those areas. They have doubt, well, how those qualifications come about. It happens. So we're looking at maybe some other technology can come in, things like the blockchain as well, whereby you can have a lifelong credential and also the achievement. And also within this, well, technology like blockchain, whereby it cannot be fake or change. But you also need to have the matching for the job readiness, skill set, and the job specification. This has been one of the main demand from the industry. Well, we always know that sometimes the industry will also think that, okay, they're short of people. But on the other hand, students saying, okay, they can't find job. But because you got a mismatch in there. So you really need to have some kind of a matching between the two. And also maybe the next era of education is no longer just limited to what you have in the university or classroom. We have already done online. It could be on demand, but more importantly, well, it could be on-site training and recommendation as well. In a way that the list will go on. And we see that, well, this is, well, not the end. Well, we cannot really just stay back by having the same system all the time. Well, we do see that AI will have opportunity. I just share some of our previous work, and really there's a lot of other work going on as well. In summary, well, I believe you agree with me that education is essential. It is also the fundamental drivers for the advancement of individuals, well, societies and industries and the countries. It has been shown that, well, people with a better education will have a better condition in general. We're talking about in terms of the salary, in terms of the overall well-being. But on the other hand, well, we see the changes now. Well, just like if you use COVID-19 as an example, we just simply completely change everything and go online. And then, well, you need the development of the curriculum because of the rapid changes as well. Well, mode of delivery for the training, assessment of the qualification is really one of the main challenges. Well, for me being a past academic, well, I know what the important in here. And the challenge is how to make the student to be job ready and also encourage them to involve with the lifelong learning. So we do believe AI will have major roles to play. And I just quote some of the examples. And you also see that some of these going on in the industry and also apply to a lot of examples as well. So, and just the beginning. So you can have a much more intelligent type of a delivery, and also the customized curriculum, and also you need to maximize the interest of students and also maximize the opportunity. And I believe that IEEE is doing our part. So I just encourage you that let's work together, advancing the technologies for the benefit of humanity. So my time is extended over 40 minutes, and thank you very much, and good luck, and be fruitful with your education. And now I stop the sharing, and I pass the control back to you now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. That was a very interesting talk. We have new perspectives and angle on education, and this is also a very important area to work on also in Indonesia, I suppose. All right, so let's move on directly to question and answer. Professor Fong, I'll just read out the questions. Right now we have one question. Everybody else, you're welcome to post your questions in the QA box, and I will read out to you. Hello, Professor Fong, can you hear my voice?
Yep.
Right, so I guess your voice is sometimes breaking up.
Okay, let me read it then. You okay?
Yes, I can. Well, I can read.
The question is, thank you. Okay, you read it.
Right. So the question is about the problem of aspects that cannot be evaluated, like using numbers, like the usual way we evaluate students, for example. How do you address this problem, for example, with AI in this case?
Okay. Well, when you talk about the parameters you cannot quantify, so I think the answer is yes or no, because when we look into use of the AI and data quantity that we are not readily, we can quantify. But nevertheless, given the availability of the data, on the long term, actually, we are able to, still quantify it, because it's up to us. Well, I mean, just like when we do a lot of measurement, it's up to us to determine the different approaches, try to quantify the data. So on that basis, I would say that it still can be done. But I have to admit that, there are so because even when we look into our work, based on the recommendation system, I still have to admit that the parameter and the data we are obtained is still very limited. because I bear in mind that there are a lot of factors I have already mentioned, the influence from the family, and also from the friends, and also the personal interest, etc. So I would say that there's no simple answer that whereby that you can really just. But I do believe that we are able to learn much from it, because of what we have AI right now is only some some tools. That's all. So we are not claiming that it's able to solve everything in the world. So when another question saying, okay, well, like in students for public services, well, or in determining student characteristics, well, those are the things actually we have already of the EEG and also the emotion of the student as well. So in other words, we also have advancement in a different aspect, like the psychology, we can measure on that part. And I would say that it's going to be a multidisciplinary study. Well, we cannot just do everything just based on the figures. I perfectly agree with you. There's another question: is there a possibility that one day AI replaces human education? Way to look at it. As a matter of fact, well, one of the challenge, well, in AI, I cannot remember the exact name is can I have an agent whereby the agent go through the whole education process, learn from it, and get a degree? Now I know that about the question referring to can I use the AI as a training, but I'm putting the question from the other way around. Can I have an agent, which is an AI agent, as a student, then go through the whole thing? Now, if you're able to achieve this one, now, being, well, we cannot say that it can't be done. Because if you take a look, well, in terms of how the way we train the student, apart from the physical work, well, you need this thing to hand. But if you just everything on the papers, going through the answer, the question, all this thing, and the student have to, well, answer all the past examination. Because right now, one of how I the student have access to all the past year's questions. So the concentration is they're working on all those past year questions. Then, well, they have a very good chance, because, well, you're very unlikely you have some examination question entirely 100% new. So they have already learned from that. Then my question may come is, well, if the AI agent is able to do that, so you need to come back to the answers. Can AI replace it? Can it replace it or not? But it's really up to what you want to do. But I think you start off with, it could be some kind of assistance, okay? First of all, I believe you can intelligently monitor the progress of the student so that you can have the flexibility of the providing the modules. And I think, well, one thing I didn't go in detail is how this learning space is being developed. So what I'm trying to say is, if you consider a course like computer science, so what do? Okay. Each of these particular unit, you have a certain number of learning outcomes, right? So you come up with your syllabus, you come up with some kind of lectures, you come up with your lab and all those things. They fulfill all these, you get assessment, they get credit points, and then eventually they graduate. But really, you are talking about your qualification is entirely based on your assessment. It's not necessary that you get 100%, well, of the student can possess those knowledge and skills. So you can see discrepancy in there. So what we're trying to say is that AI could be some kind of assistance that you can have much more intelligently to monitor the progress of it. So you can pace it. So you can have some student. One of the concerns we have right now is actually not so much of the weaker student that are not getting it, but rather the strong. I'm trying to say is, well, some students, they're able to, well, study or understand the whole thing within half an hour. But then again, well, you have to deliver your course in 3 hours, well, because some of those are slow. In that case, well, no doubt that, okay, you achieve the equity purpose, well, you really, well, educate everyone for all. But then again, you're not maximizing the best one, okay? So I believe that there are opportunities in yes and no. Well, yes is, well, technically speaking, it could. But then again, well, why do we need to do it? Okay. So, but if you ask me what are the possible reasons, the only possible reason is maybe from cost point of view. Well, then we can also use it to maximize the opportunity for education. So that we can have, instead of simply any, well, another objective, we want to do it. Okay, so I try to answer it this way. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any more questions.
Yeah, there is the name here. Right. So This is a very interesting question. Actually, you said that some of the possible reasons for having AI to replace human educators is that to maximize the students, right? The highly performing students, right? Now, I think this is interesting because in Indonesia the problem is not so much about retention, but rather disparity. I think disparity is a big problem in Indonesia. Between, for example, students in like top universities in Jakarta, for example, and students outside Java, for example, and having a solution to do this will be, I don't know, it might go a long way to help this situation. What do you think?
As a matter of fact, I heard this morning, actually, you have so many islands and so many villages as well.
Yes.
So if you're able to provide this assistance to meet because of the diverse background, and also actually not only, well, in Indonesia, even in Australia, we have a similar problem as well. I mean, you have the community, especially the indigenous community, even within the city as well. You also have some of the suburbs where they're very affluent. Well, and then, well, you see that some of the school, well, whereby the results are always top of the whole state. But then there are some others, well, they are in some social economic sectors where they're a little bit, well, on the lower side, but your problem as well. So if there can be use of the AI, can improve, well, can improve the personalization of the teaching as well. I don't see why not. So I will see replacing the human, well, educator is not the end. That's not the purpose. It should not be the purpose as well. But rather we can use it, well, to enhance, well, the opportunity for education. That will be a much more better reason to do that. And that answers your question really,
right,
for diversity, and then also because of you cannot access to them.
All right. So, well, we are almost at the end, but I think I cannot resist to ask another questions. So I think in terms of having AI in education, there are certainly ethical issues that need to be accounted for. And what do you think about this? What is your opinion? And what are the pitfalls that we need to watch out? And this is also probably related to the future of the sort of formal higher education institution in the face of AI technology. What do you think?
In terms of ethics, actually, it's extremely careful in the use of the data, and about how you're going to handle it, to protect it. And also the worst thing can happen is, well, people using the AI as an excuse. Now, I did hear this morning, some people talking about, well, you got a danger because of AI replacing it. So that's for you always put the human in the loop as well. But I put it the other way around as well. You could be human put into the loop and purposely using AI as a excuse.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's another issue. And especially we have seen this happening in other countries as well. But I think there's also another question is being, I just read in here, and I think it's also very interesting. Well, the question is being asked by DIK Adina. So the question is, well, what are your suggestions for building AI with e-learning to support creative and critical thinking? Now, I just touched on the part on the creative first, on the creative design. As a matter of fact, there has been some AI design work, because AI is really good in terms of the organization, because you can try out all the possibility. So what they did is, well, I cannot remember exactly what is the objective of that experiment. Their thinking is, okay, I think it's some kind of design, some kind of machine, and to obtain some kind of, so traditionally, well, when people look at it, okay, when I do this particular machine, this is how I'm going to build it. So they let the AI machine, well, let it run wild, then let it try all the possibility. It turned out to be, they come out some kind of design, they never thought of it. But then again, well, it turned out to be much more efficient. So I do believe that AI will have this capability that we can try out. You can even talk about it's a brute force approach. But what's wrong with it? As long as there's some kind of solution. So I would say that it could be some kind of a competition between the AI and also human being, in the sense that you have some kind of a design question, and then you just let the AI machine to try out all kinds of combinations, and then compare to the best one, or maybe can work together. So that's one thing, can work on it. Critical thinking. Well, again, I can look at AI can generate a lot of these scenarios whereby you can test the human being. Okay, so this could be another way as well. We can put the person as in stress. As a matter of fact, AI actually you can see a lot of applications in a scenario for training. Okay, well, war games is an example. I think this morning we heard a lot of people from the military defense university, and really this can be applied as well. So as a matter of fact, if you again take a look at what the earlier work, well, there was one games from the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School called Cyber Siege. It was really a games for training cyber security. And again, we have some work on it back in 2006 or so already. We were one of the first paper we assessed the game. So you can see using games and AI is a perfect match. AI scenarios are different possibility, and you can use it to test the user and train the student. Okay, I say yes. The answer is yes. Okay.
All right, thank you very much for the answers. I think we are at the end of the session. Unfortunately, we wish we have longer time for discussion, but time is limited. But at least we got a lot of inspiration and insights from your talk and your discussion. I hope everyone also have the same experience as me. And then I think let's end the session, the third keynote speech of ICACSIS 2020, with a virtual applause to Professor Lance Fung. Thank you very much for your talk. Right, and I'll return the slot to the floor to Fatia.
Thank you very much, Prof. Fung, for the inspiring keynote speech. And thank you, Dr. Adila, for moderating the session. As usual, I'd like to invite you all to end the keynote talk with a photo session. So to all panelists and participants, please turn on your camera and I'll start the countdown for 12-2. Okay. Okay, all right. I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1, and smile. All right. Once again. 3, 2, 1, and smile. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. So that was the third keynote talks for today. The next session will be held at 18:30 GMT +7. So we have roughly around 1 hour break now. Thank you, and we will see you in the next session at 18:30 GMT +7. Thank you.
Mbak Tia,
Yes, Pak.
I think we have to start now. Is it 18:30?
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me clearly?
Yes, okay, Mbak Tia.
Okay, all right. We're gonna start the last keynote talks for by now. All right, welcome back to the keynote speech session for ICACSIS 2020. I hope the nearly 1 hour break has given us time to regain our spirit and energy, as now we are heading to the final keynote talks of the night. In this session, we have Professor Wisnu Jatmiko from Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia as the keynote speaker, and Kolonel Ari Pitoyo Sumarno from Indonesia Defense University as the moderator. As usual, should you have any questions for the keynote speakers, you can write it down in the Q&A box, and the moderator shall read it at the Q&A session. Thank you. Then the session will be handled by the moderator. Please, to Colonel Ari Pitoyo Sumarno, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Mbak Tia, for the chance being a moderator for me. And it's very honorable for me to be a moderator on this session. Good evening to all of you, the Honorable Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko and the other keynote speaker, and all distinguished participants. First of all, let us praise the Almighty God for His blessings on this very good evening. We all are able to conduct and participate in this webinar with the topic on developing robust visual object tracking for smart surveillance system, which will be delivered directly by Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko. Distinguished participants, by permission of the professors, before starting the presentation, I would like to read a brief curriculum vitae of the professors. Professor Wisnu Jatmiko was born in Surabaya in 16 December 1973, and the professor received his bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the Faculty of Engineering and Master Science degree from the Faculty of Computer Science. Both are received from Universities of Indonesia in 1997 and 2000, respectively. In 2007, he received his Doctor Engineer's degree from the Micro Nano Systems Engineering, Nagoya University, Japan. And currently, the professor works at the Faculty of Computer Science, University of Indonesia as a lecturer. And from September 2017, become a full professor. From 2008 and until 2012 and 2013 until 2017, he holds the research manager position at the Faculty of Computer Science for 2 periods of time. Then from 2017 till 2020, he holds the head of master and doctoral programs in computer science at the Faculty of Computer Science of University of Indonesia. And the professor also holds the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers Indonesia section chairs from 2019 till 2020, as well as a senior member IEEE. Professor Wisnu Jatmiko is regarded as a highly productive researcher. He has received over 50 grants as the main researchers, and he has also more than 150 international publications that are mostly indexed in Scopus and Google Scholars. In addition, he has already published more than 10 books and produced 10 copyrights of computer software from his research product. And now, the time for the professor to give a presentation. Please, the professor, your time is 45 minutes. And after that, we will have a question and answer phase from the rest of time. For the Honorable Professor Dr. Wisnu Jatmiko, the time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Tia and Pak Kolonel Ari for the very nice presentation. Okay, I will share screen. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good evening, everyone. Today, I am going to present our research entitled Developing Robust Visual Object Tracking for Smart Surveillance System. I would like to explain briefly the latest progress in the development of smart surveillance, especially for smart traffic, and describing some open challenges. Also in this presentation, we discuss our result of the proposed visual object tracking methodology in both short and long-term tracking problem. And at the end of the presentation, we hope we can make open discussion to sharpen our finding. Okay, as Pak Colonel Ari explained, maybe I just want to give the information because I already published 10 books or more than 10 books, and this is freely. You can download via our via the web UI website, and then maybe you can explore more detail when you want to maybe make some collaboration with us, with Faculty of Computer Science, and so on. And also maybe the point is my achievement is in 2014. I was given the mandate research ambassador and a national research ambassador, and the next year in 2015 I was awarded by Habibie Award. I also head of the master and doctoral program in computer science at the Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Indonesia. And this is my last year over 2 years serving as a IEEE section. Okay, maybe the people who didn't or don't know before about the UI, you can explore detail about from via website www.ui.ac.id. Actually, yes, our university, the oldest university in Indonesia, and blah 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 blah. If you want to explore, please visit our website. And also, I belong to Faculty of Computer Science. Actually, even we are the second younger, but as Pak Rector mentioned in the opening ceremony, we already have some international level in terms of research and education, we hope. When you want to explore detail about our faculty, you can visit our faculty website, cs.ui.ac.id. Okay. This is my research activity, especially in our laboratory 1, 2, 3, 1. The meaning is maybe Pak Colonel, if you want to visit our laboratory, 12, the meaning is 12 months, 31 days. No, it's just kidding. Just we must have a strong good stamina, and we must focus when we want to doing research. This is the philosophy of our laboratory. So in our laboratory, there are two main topics that we developing. First one is biomedical and intelligence system. But in today's presentation, we would like to discuss more about the traffic control system that needs fundamental research about tracking. We focus about the tracking. Okay. Actually, in the big city like Jakarta, Surabaya, Bandung, Yogyakarta, and other city in Indonesia, we still facing problem in transportation. such as a traffic congestion, for example, transportation mode that not integrated, and other problem. So we need smart mobility approach to solve that problem. And the smart mobility consists of several parts, such as a vehicle detection, for example, vehicle detection, vehicle tracking, vehicle counting, and also the big data analytic. After we collect the data, and then we must, because the collection data is still a raw. There is we must meaning the information. We must collect, and we must analyze the information, become important data. So two main products in the smart mobility are adaptive traffic light control and traffic prediction. This is we hope adaptive traffic light control and traffic prediction in our focus in the research. Okay, actually this is some latest publication related with the algorithm, related the smart society. Actually, because we are from a faculty, from the university, so besides we want to solve the problem, the other important thing is we must find the we call, for example, the originality, the contribution, and the novelty, so that maybe we can publish in a good journal. So this is in this year, and also, yeah, every year we hope we can publish more than 10 journal, Q1 or Q2. So I also want to share how to make some publication, how keep the spirit to make a good publication, because this is I think is still important, because we are from the university, and then maybe when we already have some good publication, we can collaborate with some industry, some the community, and then maybe our product become strong in terms of the, for example, application and reliability. Okay, actually, before discussion about our tracker, I would like to introduce first about our main prototype. This is our 10 years ago prototype. I want to, why I call our student, yeah, because I want to share in the first time in the 2007, when I just come back from the Japan. I don't have grant, or I don't have money for buy, for example, sensing tool or actuator tool or the devices. So I just implement in some simulation, and try to make some good mathematical foundation. This is just, for example, in the traffic light control simulation. So after we have some insight, and also, alhamdulillah, I got some grant from government, also from the other country, so that maybe we can expand our research. Okay, and then actually we got grant from US government. We call US aid SERA. This is the grant 5 years, but because the political condition, the grant is Pak President Trump, Donald Trump President says because also the American economic is not stable, so they reduce the grant. but it's no problem. We already got the grant, and we can apply another grant, for example, from another Asian country or European country. And this is 5-year grant. We start from 2 or 3 years ago. How to implement the smart mobility, we call the smart mobility. So the meaning is we must guarantee the people, for example, in the Jakarta have some traffic problem. Maybe we cannot solve because the problem is quite terrible, but at least we can reduce, and then maybe we can manage more humanist or more acceptance in terms of people when he want to go to work, to office, just maybe they can enjoy the transportation and so on. So actually we also collaborate with some industry, government, and so on. And this is just a prototype. And actually, this is the video, for example, because in Indonesia, in the police academy, for example, and the Department of Transportation, they already installed the CCTV, the camera. When maybe we go to, for example, Jasa Marga, Department Transportation, and so on, maybe more than 2,000 or 3,000 CCTV already installed in Jakarta, just in Jakarta. But the CCTV is still, we call, still collect the raw information. So we want to implement a more intelligent, because Prof. Adil Jain says, don't say every machine is intelligent, because when just simple one, so maybe the society, maybe the expectation, the society is very high when we say about AI or intelligent system. So Prof. Adil Jain say, don't say like that, just automation or and so on. So we try to accounting the number of the vehicle, and then we can predict the velocity of the vehicle, and we can manage the traffic control, become a dynamic and automatic. This is in the night. So when we want to implement in the night, maybe we can just change the sensor. But for example, we can use the infrared sensor. But because we already installed CCTV, it's quite huge in terms of the number. So we must try even in the night. So maybe in the day, for last daylight is okay, but in the night condition, maybe the input data become different. So the input data is about the light. This is just a sample. Why when we want to do the research. Okay. And then after that, we can, after we collect the data, and then we can predict. This is the video. Yes, but this is actually in not in Jakarta, because we still don't have the data. But when we have the data, so we can predict the traffic. So our prediction is already published in the Q1 journal, and because we focus about the algorithm about and so on. Okay, so actually we extend our research in the smart mobility, because when we want to implement in the CCTV to track some object. So sometimes the object is not clear, or we cannot catch the object with a perfect condition. Or maybe we must track about not only single object, sometimes multiple objects. So we deal and explore about the possibility. Okay, so we focus about fast short-term object and long-term object. I will explain after the couple of the next slide. Okay, maybe before I want to share about the visual tracking. We just put the model free tracking. So before we want explain more detail in mathematics, I will give some fundamental theory, so that maybe the audience can maybe follow or can know about why I focus in this research. So the basic question of the model free visual tracking is, first, can we estimate the position of the object, and can we predict future position? Can we estimate position, and then can we predict the future position? And then to deal with the two problem, we must have a typical task. First, given initial object in the first frame, for example, given sequence of image, and find center and rectangle of the moving object. Okay. And also, actually, when you want to explore about the tracking problem, actually there is many open problem. So, for example, about the occlusion, about the deformation, about the scale variation, I collect at least 12 open problem when you want to deal with the research tracking. And also the other problem is illumination variation, motion blur, in plane rotation, and the next about the out of plane rotation, out of view, background clutter, and the other one is phase motion and low resolution. So actually we still have many open problem when you want to focus on the tracking area. But before you choose the open problem, you must read from a good journal, good conference, and the newest textbook, so that maybe you can know about the state of the art of the problem, and just not choose every problem, because when you want to submit or you want to focus in some topic, maybe you just choose 2 or 3 open problem, and you must make a deep. And also this one, for example, we already collect from other. Actually, there was many researcher already deal about the tracking. Maybe from the we call deep learning stream 2 or 3 stream, but we avoid the deep learning. Even we just deep learning for the just a small implementation, because we want to implementation in the real embedded system. So we try to find another area, because we try to find a new one, a new aspect. Okay, so as I mentioned before, we already choose not choose every open problem, but we we just maybe okay. The problem is we found the problem is in the competition, tracking competition. So this is around the world tracking competition. So this is just the one way when you want to find the open problem and the good result. So please find some challenging open problem. For example, in the tracking, in the clustering, in the, for example, in the imbalanced data and so on. So we just collect, for example, in the short-term object tracking, mainly solving case with the variation, phase motion, occlusion, and deformation. For example, in this research, we just focus the phase motion in terms of short-term object. And about the long-term object tracking, mainly solving case with the plane rotation, out of plane and out of view. Actually, in the long term, because sometimes the object is out of plane or out of view, so we miss of the object. So we must have some redetection algorithm. We must add some criteria to solve the problem. Yes, this is the research. We must add some other alternative scenario, so that maybe our proposed solution can still follow about the real problem in terms of real application. I just in the third topic, thermal object, I just saw about not only use CCTV data, but we also use thermal object tracking to just compare about our research. Okay, in the short-term object tracking, we focus on phase motion, occlusion, and scale variation. And we proposed a dynamic swarm for the phase motion, phase mode vehicle tracking. Actually, the research, we are the team. Our student, my student, Mas Grafika and Mas Rifat, they already published in some journal. The title is the dynamic swarm particle, DSP, for the for phase motion vehicle tracking. Okay. Okay. Maybe if you want, in this paper, we propose a new tracking method that called a dynamic particle swarm. Dynamic particle swarm, sometimes not particle filter. So actually we implement two swarm in this. No, two particle filter and particle swarm. But we can we combine two stream. Maybe even there is some weakness in our proposed method, but it's already published, but it's still on progress. We try to find the good solution for this problem. Yes, maybe if you want, I don't know, are you familiar or the audience familiar with the particle filter? We have some observation model and transition model. So actually, because I want to explore particle or Bayesian framework from 5 years ago, the robotic class, now we call we change the focus and curriculum, become a probabilistic robotic to explore about the Bayesian framework. Maybe I don't know. I don't want to explain about the mathematic detail. Actually, because just sake of simplification. And I already hope maybe when I will discuss about the detail, sometime I cannot explain very detail. Maybe you can read the paper, and then maybe we can discuss after the conference with my team and so on. But if you want to, but our proposed system, okay, this is if you want to just a simple. But I want to explain the result. Actually, we compare the winner in the challenge. This is the last year challenge. Actually, this is VOT. What the meaning of the VOT? Vehicle open tracking. Vehicle open tracking problem. There is some many researchers try to solve the open problem, and they propose their latest algorithm and treat in the same data, and then we can compare the result. So, for example, our proposed method, we want to try to compare our proposed method with the winner. Maybe the winner is best 10 when our algorithm become at least big 4 or big 3 or big 5. Not all of the scenario, maybe 3 or 4 scenario, but we can analyze why our system can have a good performance compared with other algorithm, and why in the sets of the condition. When we know about the detail of the theory, so we can analyze why the problem is happen. Okay, this is the short term. So the meaning of short term is, oh, this is not video. This is the data. This is the data from the VOT website, and we try, for example, this one have some color, and our proposed method is with the red one. Okay, this is the video, for example. So we call this is the problem as phase motion and scale variation. Our DSP usulan is still in Indonesia in bahasa. I'm sorry, DSP our proposed in such of condition they have our proposed method have a good performance, and we can explain why. So that maybe this is the result. Okay, in the long term track object, after short term, the long term. So what is the difference between the short term and long term? When we want to implement in the long term tracker properties, at least we must have a two additional method. Determine when the target has been lost or disappear, and then redetect the target after losing the target. For example, this one, the dog and some UFO, and the dog is disappear, and then the dog will show again in another picture. But the question is, can our algorithm detect the object, the missing object after the object is missed, and when they appear again in the another skin of the video? This is also still open problem. Maybe you can explore in the 3w.icacsis.org votchallenge.net 2018, 2019, even 2020. So okay, also there is some data set for long-term tracking. For example, you can choose which one you want to focus. For example, 9 attribute: full occlusion, out of view, partial occlusion, camera motion, face motion, scale. As the data set is complete. So when you want to doing some research, maybe you can do in many ways. First, maybe you can find the algorithm, and the other maybe you can add the data set, the data set. Also, maybe you can publish in the, I don't know, in data in brief or something. So I think many open problem when you already know about how to do the research. Okay, maybe this is just the result, and then maybe we focus in the face motion, out of view, and aspect ratio change. Actually, we try to submit in IEEE transaction, and still on progress. And this is our proposed long-term object tracking. Actually, my PhD student, Mas Rifat, and my undergraduate student, Mas Ervan, is deal with. Yes, this is the framework from the other researcher, but we can track one by one which part we want to explore detail. And the red one, for example, the red one is we just change the methodology. But in the, I don't know, can you see about the color? The green one is, for example, we add some loss detection. Loss detection is still open problem, and we can put many algorithm, but we must, when we put some algorithm to combine to algorithm, we must have some reason, and we must have some intuition, and how and why you choose this type of the algorithm. Okay, and Mas Rifat and Mas Ervan try to add some propose from the psychology area. We call a spatial temporal attention and global attention. And then, yes, this is just a proposed method. Yeah, spatial attention, maybe because the time, spatial attention and temporal attention is from psychology. So usually, for example, when we want to search the lost object, we just usually we can search not all of the image or video. This is brute force searching. So we can search from the spatial attention or from the nearby temporal attention. Yeah, this is just a simple intuition, and then after that we explore more detail. Okay, this is just a correlation filter and blah blah. You can okay, for example, also we explore but I think Mas Rifat still try and error. The justification is not still not compact, but it's okay because the research we try to use because when I answer to him, why you use correlation filter kernel, why not use another kernel, and so on. And sometimes this is the research, and search sometimes, but the important thing, we can give some argument, and the result sometimes is have higher than another standard.
10 minutes remaining from.
Okay, Pak Kolonel. Okay, I will not explain detail about the mathematics. But the most important thing when we choose the topic, we must have a deep background about mathematics, for example, and physics, and how to implement in the, like our Professor Anil Jain says, just biometric is very simple. When you want to look from low level, just compare about the pixel. When you want to look from the high level, just compare about the frame, and then maybe you can explore step by step and deep. This is the research. Last night, Professor Jain give the very good lecture. I think it's very good lecture, and then maybe because we must focus when we want make a good research. Okay, this is just a performance evaluation. Okay, maybe. Okay, this is just a video, for example, with our proposed method, full occlusion. After the full occlusion, our proposed method still detect. So the another one, the DCF, the base cannot. Also the problem of the out of view. Yes, this is the comparison, for example, the video and the data, and we can explain why the result is become like that. Yes, our proposed method is still detect the loss object, out of view object, and still, but the another is already not cannot detect and wrong result. Another result. This is for example. Yes, this is long-term tracking. Actually, this is for example, we can explain why our proposed method is very strong in terms of nearby occlusion, because we use a spatial temporary, and then we explore about the detailed mathematical background. This is the way, or the one way how to explain your result. Okay, and this is just other result. We use another data, thermal infrared tracking, but maybe okay. Also, when we use expensive or sophisticated sensor, the meaning is maybe you don't need the good algorithm. But when you use just a simple one, camera is a very simple sensor, but this is still raw data. But you can mining the information from side of algorithm. So that for that reason we call the image processing or image analyzing and so on. Okay, this is just video. We compare with another, but I think the algorithm is still just standard, and just we try to implement another devices. Also, we want to try in drone. Actually, before COVID, we already buy 2 or 3 drone, the expensive one. We want to collect with the many scenario in UI in our campus and blah 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 blah. But maybe in COVID, so we pending about to collect the data, but it's okay. We can still deal another simulation. Okay, this is the publication related with our in. And special thanks to our team. And in conclusion, according to our published research, current available technology has outstanding potential to supporting smart mobility. Our laboratory will develop more deeper research on collaboration on intelligent system for better life in the world. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentation. I will return back to Pak Kolonel Aripitoyo as a moderator. Thank you. Pak Kolonel, your voice is still off.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your interesting presentation. And one question for, I just want to directly to the question answer phase, just for an effective time because we have a limited time. One question from Ben Sarinden. In what embedded system that proposed system will be implemented? Professor, please answer this question from the participant, Ben Sarinden.
What embedded system that the proposed system will be
implemented?
Yes, for example, actually we will implement in the drone because the drone have some limitation in terms of the processor and memory. So for that reason, we want to make we want to find optimize, we call the optimized algorithm in terms of use a small memory and maybe the computational is not so high. Yeah. This is my answer, Pak Kolonel.
Okay, thank you. I haven't seen the other questions. Can I ask a question for you, Professor?
Of course.
Yeah, I just connected with what the presentation that given by our rector, Admiral Octavian, about the maritime security. And for your presentation, is it any possibility that you develop that to become like equipment that can tracking what will happen at the border and maybe at the sea, and not only for tracking, maybe can you arm that equipment so can make a deterrent effect for like illegal fishing or something like that?
Okay, thank you, Pak Kolonel. Maybe I just want to inform to Pak Kolonel or from for the Unhan team. Actually, Pak Rector is previously done Sesqual, isn't it?
Yes.
So I am also teacher in Sesqual. So I also have some research topic in the defense. 5 years ago about how to implement in the boarding area or in the sea or the maritime aspect. We already discussed with the Bakamla and so on, and how to integrate the sensing and how to collect and then how to analyze become a big data. Actually, Indonesian people can solve the problem, but the problem is in Indonesia is about the managerial, because many stakeholder, isn't it? When we want to implement a maritime system, we call Bakamla, water police, and also TNI, and so on. But when we say about the technology aspect, especially in the algorithm, Indonesian people can solve the problem. This is my question, Pak Kolonel. Thank you.
Thank you for it means that we are in that corridor. I think for that answer. Okay. Anything? Anyone else for the question, please?
In the Q&A from Pak Kolonel Dr. Arwin Sumari. Yes, he says it is interesting when you mention that you initiate some kind of research and probable-based robot and blah blah blah. Oh, Pak Professor Adang Suwandi, a cognitive AI research group. For that robot, we use two methods. One based on particle swarm, okay, and we invent two new methods for such. Okay. Actually, I'm also special in swarm distributed robotic. Deal with the swarm robotic, and my PhD 15 years ago, I proposed a swarm robot for the odor source localization and for also detection the bomb from the poison object and so on. Maybe we can collaborate more detail, Pak Kolonel Dr. Arwin Sumari, because as Pak Rector says, this is I don't know. This is a good starting point to make some collaboration in the new the next future. This is my question.
Okay, Prof.
This is my answer.
There is a question from Professor Fang. One of the development of applications of video analysis is edge analytics at the edge. However, there are concerns in the security aspect. How will you balance between the two issues?
Professor Lens Fung is same like Professor Jane question last. Okay. Actually, yes, the balancing of the we call not what is the optimum solution is still we must. There is no satisfaction answer for the all aspect. Yes, because we must know about the optimization, but from the application video concern the security aspect, as Professor Jen says, for example, in the China is already installed we call 1 million camera for the tracking and the people. So in the term of the security, the government have some advantage, but in the term of the privacy for the people who stay in, for example, in Beijing, there is some protest, for example, because yes, this is still I don't know what we call about the in English. Okay, optimization. The balancing is still. I don't have a good answer. I'm sorry, Prof. Lens Fang, because this is still open problem.
Is it a social credit you're referring to? Social credit.
Pardon?
Is it a social credit?
Yes.
Social credit, yeah. But actually, I'm referring to the security of the system itself. Because a lot of the now they moved towards the analytic, right at the front end, at the sensor. Well, instead of us sending, are those decisions they made inside there, can they be hacked or not? So the security of the system rather than the security of the society, I'm referring to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for the response, Prof. Okay. Maybe you have another answer for that, Professor Wisnu? Can you respond for that?
Yes, I still yes, still open problem, and maybe because as very Prof. Jane or Prof. Ukuda says, even in the term of AI, in term sometimes the terminology is changed time by time, but this is the technology is very fast, and for that level maybe I just give some not technical answer, just still open problem answer. Okay, that's all my response, Pak Kolonel.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Wisnu. Prof. Lance Fang, do you have other question for that? Or maybe the response, please? Okay, thank you. Maybe Professor Wisnu, do you have maybe the closing statement to make like a result for our conclusion for your presentation? We still have 1 minute.
Okay, actually, from my side, I learned many things from this conference. From the yesterday, Prof. Jane explained about the history of the AI. And today, this morning, Prof. Fukuda also say about his result about 50 years, try to implement AI in robotic, in the multi-scale robotic. And also Prof. Kukjin say about the sensing technology, and Prof. Akinori say about the society, smart society in Japan, and also Prof. Lance Fong also discuss about the AI in education. So yes, we must, when we deal with the computer technology, the computer technology is very fast. So my closing is, please have a good stamina to learn something new. And I don't know, in the next 5 couple years maybe, or 10 couple years maybe, maybe we will find a new paradigm, a new technology which is we cannot imagine before. So please have a good stamina to learn something new and doing the best research. This is my closing statement, Pak Kolonel. Thank you for your attention and collaboration. Thank you, Pak Kolonel.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you for all. Because of the limited time that we have, so I do apologize for others that still have a question. Maybe you can write it down and send to the directly to the professor or the staff. And before we finish it, maybe we have give applause for all of us. And I hand over again to Mbak Fatia as a MC. Yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Wisnu, for the wonderful keynote speech. And thank you, Colonel Ari Pitoyo, for moderating the session. Finally, I'd like to invite you all to end this final keynote talk with a photo session. To all panelists and participants, please turn on your camera, and I'll start the countdown for the photo. Okay, 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, once again. All right, 3, 2, 1, and smile. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, Mbak Tia, how about the closing ceremony? please
Yes.
give the information for the audience.
Yes, Professor. I will announce it by now. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our keynote speech session. On behalf of the ICACSIS 2020 committee, I'd like to extend our deepest appreciations to all of our keynote speakers, Professor Yves Lepage, Dr. Hendrik Skibe, Prof. Lens Fong, and Prof. Wisnu Jatmiko. We'd also like to extend our gratitude to our moderators, Dr. Adila Krisnadi, Dr. Suryana Setiawan, and Colonel Ari Pitoyo Sumarno. Last but not least, thank you very much for all the participants and audiences for all your support and participation in this session. As this keynote speaker session is about to be closed, I'd like to remind you all to join the closing ceremony where the best presenter for each session, the best student paper, as well as the best paper overall will be announced. The link is as shown on the slides and it will start at 19:30 GMT +7. Thank you and see you all at the closing ceremony.
Thank you, Mbak.